for a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
County Government Center. I'm Rob Pitts. I chair the Board of Commissioners. This is the recess meeting of the Board of Commissioners. Today is October 20th, 2021. It is 10:02 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Liz
Recording in
Hackson.
progress.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Vice Chair Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Almighty God, we are thankful and grateful for this day, for your grace and for your mercy. We pray now your peace and your power upon all those present. Continue now, Lord, to guide our leaders, give them your wisdom, your direction, your faith. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 21-0784, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, on page 6, we have one item to be removed from the consent agenda. 21-0806, Public Works. Request approval to renew an existing contract to provide landscape maintenance services at the Fulton County Executive Airport. This item will be removed and back on a later date in a different form.
All right, any other items on the consent agenda to be, what? That was to be removed entirely, yes, sir. Any other items on the consent agenda to be removed for further discussion? If not, cast your vote, please, on the consent agenda as amended. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Houseman.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, recess meeting agenda. 21-0807, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, We have two items to be revised. First item on page 6, 21-0809. This item is revised to include a proclamation recognizing National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, sponsored by Commissioner Hausman. On page 13, 21-0779, request approval of a resolution declaring the importance of local sustainable food sources. This resolution was amended to include Vice Chair Hall as a co-sponsor. That's all I have.
All right. Commissioners, any other items? Any other corrections, additions? If not, on the agenda as amended, let's vote, please. Recommended to approve by Commissioner Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Hausman.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0808, ratification of minutes, recess meeting minutes, September 15th, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, October 6, 2021.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0809, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Fulton County Library System Friends of Libraries Appreciation Day, sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners.
Yes, sir. You want to read?
Good morning, everyone. We really appreciate our library, and it was a pleasure to do the ribbon cutting for the library, the new Central Library and Event Center. And so to show our appreciation to our friends of the library, the proclamation reads, whereas the Fulton County Library System's Friends of the Library volunteer program is a unique opportunity for citizens to contribute their time and expertise to enhance the services of Fulton County and the library system, growing from a few dozen volunteers in 1989 when it first began to over 3,257 Friends volunteers who have served since. And whereas the Fulton County Library System Friends volunteers play a vital role in advocating for library services, collecting, sorting, organizing, and selling thousands of donated books at book sales and bookstores, hosting fundraisers, funding and sponsoring library programs, returning materials to the shelves, and more. And whereas the Fulton County Library System acknowledged 187 Friends volunteers during National Friends of Libraries Week, October 17th through the 23rd, including Friends volunteers celebrating as many as 25 years of service to the library system and countless other volunteers who serviced thousands of hours throughout the years. And whereas there are currently 19 Friends of the Library groups throughout Fulton County that provide significant support to the library system by contributing over 393,522 lifetime volunteer hours and funds to enhance the important programs and services of the Fulton County Library System. And whereas library friends, volunteers have given unselfishly of their time and talents to the Fulton County Library System, donating 7,830 hours in 2021, providing services worth $223,468, and bringing the Friends Volunteers lifetime totals to 3,257 volunteers who have served 393,522 volunteer hours. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County recognizes the accomplishments and dedication of the individuals who donate their services to the Fulton County Library System and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, October 20th, 2021 as Fulton County Library System Friends of the Library's Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Heather Stanishevsky and Marcy Myers in Volunteer Services. We are truly grateful for Ms. Gail Holloman and Taryn Gilliam's support of the Friends groups, as well as all of the Board of Commissioners for their support at our libraries. Right now we have 6 Friends bookstores that are open, so our friends could not join us today, but we will be celebrating them all week long. It is a national celebration of library groups across the United States. So thank you so much for recognizing this in Fulton County. Thank you.
No, you don't have to. No. Just hold it up.
The next proclamation is recognizing Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities Make a Difference Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts and Vice Chair Hall.
All right, we got to sign this too. Okay.
Yes, please. My printer went down this morning. I'm so sorry.
I'll get ready to come.
Just one more.
Come on down, we got time to sign it too. It's a lot of people. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Come close up over here.
Brother, you cleaning in the
Swing a
Board of
few
Health.
folks over here.
You know what that means? Look here.
All right. So we just got, is everybody stand? Is everybody down here stand?
Thank you.
Okay, all right, okay. All right. Good morning, and it's great to have many friends down here this morning, and they're doing great work in the behavioral health and developmental disabilities arena. No further ado, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas making a difference can come in many forms, in the Fulton County Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, in collaboration with Alchemy Sky Foundation, recognizes the unique contributions and gifts of individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And whereas the power of hope, inspiration, and dreams that bring joy and smiles to others in the midst of the world-changing events, in a community where persons with disabilities feel included and can participate as they desire, can always make a difference. And whereas the collaborative effort of individuals, staff at the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, and caregivers to create the Dream Out Loud music video has made a difference within the community. And whereas through the Dream Out Loud video, which we're going to see, right? All right. Adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities are able to communicate their aspirations and desires that will enable them to enjoy a meaningful and fulfilling life and promote the self-esteem and motivation needed to succeed. And whereas the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities is committed to identifying and establishing effective partnerships with local and national organizations to help Fulton County adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities to succeed. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends the collaboration between the project participants and the Alchemy Sky Foundation and does hereby proclaim Saturday, October 23, 2021, as Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities Make a Difference Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give them a hand. So I think I'm going to let Latrina Foster, who's our Director of BHCD, explain a little bit about the collaboration, and then I think you got some other folks that are going to share, and then we're going to get to the video, correct? Absolutely. All right.
So actually, I'm going to allow Jay Bud, to talk about the collaboration, his willingness to reach out to our department and put together this fabulous video that you all are getting ready to see. However, I wanted to just take the opportunity to thank the Board of Commissioners and our county managers, leadership team for their ongoing support of our department where we can collaborate and make a difference in the lives of individuals living with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Jay.
Good morning, everyone. So we're very grateful that we were able to partner with so many amazing people. The Alchemy Sky Foundation is a local nonprofit here in Atlanta whose mission is to bring the healing power of music to those who need it. And we wanted to do something whereby we could give the opportunity for everyone to show what they dream about. And so this music video is for that. So thank you very much.
Where is it?
Well, it's over here, probably.
What? Yeah, we don't have it. Like, while y'all find it, we go to the next one. Let's be ready when we come back. What's?
The next proclamation is recognizing Clean Water Week, sponsored by Commissioner Hausman.
Y'all stay.
We didn't get a picture yet.
Yeah. Let's get a picture before you go up, and then we'll close out hopefully with the video. Unless you get it ready just a second after the picture.
So I sign here.
Yes, ma'am. This is Clean Water Week. Yes, ma'am.
I think my stamp looks good. I can put it today.
If you guys want to go to the next one.
Yeah, let's do the next one.
They're trying to get it from Jessica? Oh, okay. They're trying to get it from Jessica.
The next proclamation is recognizing Clean Water Week, sponsored by Commissioner Hausman.
Good morning. As we all know, access to clean water means life. And I'm proud to say that among the many things that we do well in Fulton County, this is certainly one of the best that we offer, one of our best services. Good to see you. So I'm really pleased to have this proclamation with full board support and to read it to celebrate Clean Water Week. Whereas Clean Water Week celebrates the 49th anniversary of the Clean Water Act and is a week-long reminder of the many ways Public Works demonstrates its commitment to providing safe and reliable collection and treatment of wastewater for discharge to improve our environment and communities. And whereas Public Works is committed to improving and maintaining the quality of its water and wastewater system through daily activities that are vital to the integrity of the system, including the installation, repair, and maintenance of the water and wastewater systems, maintaining security, and implementing emergency response plans when needed, while also educating customers. And whereas Public Works effectively and systematically evaluates water and wastewater needs for more than 111,700 existing customers to ensure adequate system capacity for future growth, and actively manages and renews its assets and human resources with an $82 million annual operating budget and projected $651 million capital improvement program through the use of innovative technologies and utilities management systems to effectively serve water and sewer customers. And whereas Public Works has received numerous awards in 2021, including the National Association of Counties, NACO's Achievement Award, County Resiliency category for the Little River facility, the NACO Achievement Award Civic Education and Public Information category, the Georgia Association of Water Professionals Platinum Award for the Tom Lowe Atlanta Fulton County Water Treatment Plant, and the Camp Creek, Johns Creek Environmental Campus and Little River Reclamation Facilities, GAWP Collection Systems Platinum Award, GAWP Comprehensive Education Program of Excellence in Water and Wastewater, continued recognition as a water first community in Georgia, and most recently, the Public Works Wastewater Collection Systems was recognized nationally for its inflow and infiltration reduction programs. That's a lot, y'all. I don't think, is there anything you haven't won? Did you get them all? I think you got them all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County commends the Division of Water Resources for its continued dedication and public service, and hereby proclaim the week of October 17th through 23, 2021 as Clean Water Week 21 in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations. David?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm David Clark. I'm the Director of Public Works here, and certainly I'm very blessed to be working with such a highly talented group of people. You heard the Commissioner list the number of awards we've been given this past year. It's all what they do on a day-to-day basis, and we certainly appreciate that. And it's nice to know that everybody doesn't have to think about us on a day-to-day basis, but during Clean Water Week, everybody needs to remember that the water that we either using is for us, or more importantly, for those people downstream from us. So Clean Water Week is certainly as important. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, one more.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have you sign this one.
Okay.
Denise and I communicated last night, so I just put the ladies' names on here.
The next proclamation is recognizing National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, sponsored by Commissioner Hausman.
Yes, thank you again. Breast cancer is one of those dreaded diseases that has affected so many families in our community and in our country. It's touched us right here in Fulton County recently with the death of Joan Garner It has touched my family. I lost my mother when she was only 50. So it's very important that we celebrate anything we can do to stem breast cancer. And I'm happy to tell you that beginning tonight, the lights outside of the government center will be illuminated in pink throughout the rest of this month of October. So first time I think we've done that with our new light system. So very, very happy about that. And now I'm happy to read this proclamation into the record. Whereas according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer deaths for women in the United States and Georgia. And each year in the United States, about 245,000 cases of breast cancer are diagnosed in women and about 2,200 in men, thus causing about 41,000 deaths among women and 460 deaths among men. And whereas early detection is critical through the prevention initiatives such as mammograms that can detect breast cancer up to 2 years before physical symptoms can be seen or felt. And whereas the Fulton County Board of Health Breast and Cervical Cancer Prevention Program, through funding from the Georgia Department of Public Health, provides breast cancer screenings, diagnostic services, and referrals to treatment as medically indicated to help reduce the impact of breast cancer on uninsured women residing in Fulton County. And whereas as part of the observance of Breast Cancer Awareness Month and as part of the ongoing commitment to encourage early detection and treatment, the Fulton County Board of Health offered free breast cancer screenings on October 18th and 19th, 2021 at the Adamsville Regional Health Center and the College Park Willie J. Freeman Regional Health Center. And whereas both health and public officials strongly encourage women to remain vigilant about their regular mammograms despite the challenges brought on by the current COVID-19 pandemic. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners hereby commends the Fulton County Board of Health, Breast and Cervical Cancer Prevention Program, community medical providers, and community partners who dedicate their lives to fighting for a world without breast cancer, and does hereby proclaim October 2021 as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Fulton County, Georgia. I don't think we have anybody from the health department. Yeah, we'll take a picture. And I'm joined in sponsoring this by Commissioner Hall and Akdu Rotman. Thank you. This is a full board.
Commissioners, we do apologize. We were experiencing some technical difficulties, but we do have that video ready to play.
Thank you. Great job.
Dream love, sing your song loud. The only time that matters is the here and now. The ground inside us, guide us somehow, and I'll have to right now. Dream out loud. Dream today, dream along the way. We all are connected every time we're around. We can drive the darkness, The trail of our stars will go. They always do right now. It's true out loud. Keep your head in the clouds and sing your own sing out. And when you dream, you can be to dream out loud. Good afternoon. Welcome to True Elaborate One is Pittsburgh. Four straight. They 2024. They double a whole run for the Lamb Braves. How about them Braves? Come on now. Dream and be bold, no matter what you hold. They say that only if is a wish too late. Together can build us one safe place, and all we have to do right now is dream out loud. Dream out loud.
People walking back up, I just want to say thanks to folks at Alchemy Sky for producing that. I know we got a little bit, our speed wasn't great on that, so I know the production quality is even better. So we're going to have this up and available on our site. And I know that means a tremendous amount to our clients and our centers. Personal point of privilege, I have a brother who attends a center, not in Fulton County, but in another county. And COVID's been extreme isolation for these folks. And this type of stuff makes a huge difference in terms of bringing out who they are and allowing them to express themselves. So thank you again, and thank you for all our folks that work in our centers and work with our clients with IDD.
Yes.
Tomorrow, we will host the first of its kind by a county government in the United States of America, that cybersecurity summit at the library. We have over 100 attendees signed up from all over the state. So I hope that at some point y'all will be able to stop by. That's number one. Number two, next Tuesday will be from 5:30 to 7 will be the second annual, we didn't have it last year due to COVID, reception honoring our consular corps at Preacher. You've gotten invitations to that as well, so I look forward to seeing everybody there. It's only for an hour and a half next Tuesday. And we'll send another reminder so everybody can please stop by to pay our respects to our consular corps. Madam Clerk.
On page 7, public hearings, 21-0810, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we'll start with speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 9 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come down? Lauren Waits, Maggie Goldman, Nazira Daywood, Madhu Chatterjee, Zima Kohli.
And speakers, as a reminder, when you have 15 minutes left, I'll simply say 15 minutes, which will be your cue to 50, what did I say? 15 seconds, 15 seconds to sum up. Thank you.
But I'll take 15 minutes. Good morning. My name is Lauren Waits. I have lived and voted in Fulton County for 20 years. I'm here to thank you for your appointment of our highly qualified Board of Elections Chair. I'm here to thank you for resisting inappropriate partisan pressure from the Secretary of State regarding that appointment. I want to ask you for your continued support of our Fulton Registrations and Elections Board. And I want to ask you to stand firm against a state takeover of their vital community-informed work. I'd like to share my personal experience and that of my neighbors and family and friends who vote here in Fulton. Things are getting better. We are really having good experiences at the polls. We have seen significant improvements for the voting process, including mobile voting, which has helped people like my elderly father and people with disabilities, early voting, where I plan to head as soon as I finish this meeting, and I hope everyone else will if you have not voted already. I vote at our newly renovated Ponce de Leon Branch Library. My experience there is open, accessible, easy. The staff are fast. The explanations are straightforward. They are friendly. It is going well. As you consider elections matters, I just ask that you base your judgment on facts like these that I'm sharing, facts from the majority of people in Fulton County, rather than any comments that are based on hearsay and fear. And again, I thank you so much for your time.
My name is Maggie Goldman. I'm a resident in Johns Creek District 1. I'm in support of the providing mortgage assistance to residents in Fulton County who are in need of it until the state program begins to disperse funds. As Commissioner Arrington said, if we don't help now, they may be recipients of rental assistance if they can't stay in their homes. We know that the multiple attempts of Commissioner Hausman and Ellis to defund the Elections Board staffing was just a ploy to get the state to take over our Elections Board. They consistently insisted that Fulton County could do all their own recruiting, hiring, and training for early voting staff instead of using temporary staff, and that there were plenty of Fulton residents ready to step up and work our elections. I've been following the hiring for Election Day workers who only need to work 1 day total, and it has taken into October to hire all of the staff needed. If there were truly so many Fulton residents ready and available to work 3 weeks of early voting, then surely we could have staffed up Election Day workers faster than we have. You know what else I'd like to have addressed? The truly unnecessary language of Commissioner Ellis in July when he claimed that Mr. Barron's memo to the cities was a gun to his head. You were elected in 2014, so that means you oversaw and allocated funding for elections in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. I believe by now you'd have a fair understanding of the timeline of allocating election funding, not to mention the fact that you were told at every meeting since May that there was a deadline looming to recruit, hire, and train staff. You were just upset that your grandstanding attempts to have our elections board taken over by the state were ending. Your language was inappropriate, and I hope you don't speak like that again in the future.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Nazira Dawood. I'd like to thank each one of you, the county management team, and especially the rank and file for their leadership and the Fulton County government. I separated from Fulton County government in August of 2017. My time at the health department and the chairman's office is a remarkable chapter in my life. Over the course of these years, I've been privileged to serve the most brilliant people committed to making a change in the lives of those whom we serve. It was amazing to witness as well as partake in the structural evolution of internal operations. The ultimate goal of local government is to serve its citizens and work collaboratively to devise meaningful solutions to their problems and concerns. Public-private partnerships and coalitions have proved to be successful. It is important for those in government to grasp at outset that everyone we serve has potential, talent, and valuable skills. I want to reiterate a small story that my dad told me many years ago. There was a king who wanted a statue created at his palace. He invited 3 architects to create that statue. After 2 weeks, he disguised himself and visited those architects and asked the first one, "What are you doing?" The first architect responded, "I am actually doing my job." The second one responded, "I am actually doing something that the king wanted me to do." The third one said, "I have this opportunity and I want to create history." I come before you today with an appeal to entreat each one of you and department leadership to continue and accelerate your interactive envisioning of how innovatively great Fulton County can be for all of its people. In my role of having forged a company to continue my
15
work
seconds.
of helping to direct the best quality of private partnerships to county business, it remains most paramount to me that every good idea from small innovators and mega developers be value proposition equally appreciated and equally considered. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Madhu Chatterjee, and I work in Fulton County area. So I would like to start by thanking you all for your services to the community. As citizens, we can rest peacefully knowing that our leaders are keeping us safe. I arrived in this country 12 years ago as an international student. Not only was the country new to me, but everything around me was new, and I was adjusting to it. Fulton County played a very key role at that time. My first official job in the United States was as a health promotion intern here at Fulton County under the mentorship of Dr. Nazira Dawood, who was then my preceptor. I was embraced with open arms by the entire health promotion department, and I still remember how excited I was to get my ID and badge to enter the building. I know these are small things, but they were huge accomplishments for a young woman new to the country and getting an internship from school as a public health student. The Fulton County Health Promotion Department boosted my confidence and helped me shape my professional career. Prior to working here, I had basically minimal understanding of the US government system, and now I am the director of federal contracting at my company. So that's how far I have come here. Not only did Fulton play a role in shaping my career, it provided me with my needed data to complete my thesis on food deserts and diabetes mortality here at Fulton County. And my thesis was well accepted, not only in Georgia State University, my alma mater, but Georgia Tech, Atlanta Beltline, and the American Public Health Association. My story mirrors thousands who may never be recognized despite their most earnest efforts. Therefore, I'm most proud to partnership with Dr. Nazira to be continual in my service to this Board of Commissioners and the vast pool of small businesses. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Seema Kohli, and I thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk to you all. As we all know, Fulton County is the biggest county of Georgia. Fulton County lies in north-central Georgia in the foothills of Appalachian Mountains. Fulton County is a kind of mini country on its own. We moved to Atlanta about 12 years back, and our first choice was to reside in Fulton County. Numerous reasons. First and foremost, the education of my kids. Besides school, it gives us a platform to several other things like green belts for healthy living, various parks, numerous activities, great places like Coke, Mercedes-Benz Stadium, Georgia Aquarium, Centennial Park, to name a few to visit, and a hub for several big companies like Delta, NCR, to name a few. It is also the home of public Ivy League colleges like Georgia Tech, Emory University, where students from across the nation love and look forward for joining it. They gain immense experience and knowledge to carve a better future and become responsible citizens. I personally have seen the growth in the last 12 years, and it is still growing. It is a land of opportunity where everyone has the opportunity to prove themselves. No one is left behind here. I'm fortunate enough to be part of this diverse place, which has given great education to my kids, a safe place for me and my family to live, and a great workplace to work, and of course a great place where you get lots of different places to shop, eat, and have fun. Like my colleagues, it is true. My commitment to help ensure that no one is left behind, no struggling minority business, no sizable established business that sincerely wants to serve more to the core of what the people individually need. Once again, I would like to thank the Board of Commissioners and all the leadership for all the service to the community and for giving us the opportunity and platform to speak. Thank you.
Last four speakers, please come down. Arunima Chakraborty, Amy Uphughes, Julie Adams, and Kevin Muldowney.
Dear Chairman Pitts and the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, I'm Arunima Chakravarti and I work in Fulton County. What a great morning to be here with you all, and I'm thankful for all the hard work and leadership that you have provided to make this county a thriving one for businesses and communities alike. My journey in America started 14 years back when we came from India to our first home in Bucket. What appealed to me is the openness of people, opportunities presented to an individuals and businesses to realize their goals and potential. It gives me great pleasure to be standing here today and saying thanks and being grateful. I'm a lawyer by education, and my current job allows me to serve the government and businesses under Dr. Nazira Daud. Under her mentorship and guidance, I have come to understand and appreciate the different workings of the government and how that impacts our lives and those around us. Today, I take much pride in the fact that I help companies, large and small, to better research government proposals, to better understand what government servants want, and better respond to those needs with precision and quality. It also builds my confidence in the system and good governance that makes such a difference for myself and the businesses that I help. I look forward to continuing to grow as a person, both professionally and personally. And this continues to be achievable because of the leadership that you have set for us. I also thank Dr. Nazira for giving me this opportunity to be here today. I look forward to the growth of our continued partnership to be of service to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amy, and I would like to voice my opposition to Kathy Willard as Board of Registrations and Elections and the continued employment of Richard Barron. The mission statement for Fulton County Board of Elections is to ensure that registration and elections process is efficient and effectively provided to all eligible citizens of Fulton County. Well, they have failed that mission. Richard Barron continues working as elections director even though he is not fit or qualified to hold his position. Why, just last week, 2 election workers were fired for shredding voter registration. At best, Richard Barron is incompetent. At worst, his mismanagement is intentional. By reinstating him, you now own this disaster. All over budget, with taxpayer money and the blank checks you've given to Richard Barron. The citizens you work for have lost faith in you and the integrity of the elections you run here in Fulton County. Project Opal used Fulton County's own data to prove how inaccurate and flawed the accounting, ballot data, and procedures were in the 2020 election under Richard Barron's leadership. We have demanded audits, investigations. Whistleblowers have been fired and ignored. You say you don't want partisanship, but you're actively working to create that environment. On its face, the 2020 Georgia election was unlawful because the Georgia legislature did not approve the changes in the election procedures made in the Raffensperger-Abrams consent agreement. The election violated well-established federal law that such changes in an election for a federal office can only be done by state legislature. Who exactly are you representing when you rehire Richard Barron, the questionable Happy Faces temp agency, and purchase more Dominion machines? There are more than enough reports to justify a full forensic audit. Remember, you serve us, the citizens of Fulton County. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie Adams. In the handouts you're receiving, the poll watcher instructions on page 1 from Fulton County elections reads, a poll watcher must present a letter and badge bearing his or her name in their assigned precinct. Page 2 and 3 have sample letters and badges approving all Constitution Party poll watchers at all locations. After approving our poll watchers, the leadership of Fulton County Elections has required of our party only 24 hours notice with daily updates as to which of our poll watchers will be where, including the times they will be there. Logic would seem that this is a ridiculous request of when and where and who is going to poll watch. They require this of no other party. There is no law requiring this, and no other county in Georgia requires this. Page 4 is a letter from the Constitution Party's election director, Mr. Garland Favorito, sent to the Fulton County attorneys Rosenberg and Ringer, asking for a quick resolution in this matter. As of this moment, we haven't heard back from them. Yesterday, our poll watchers were told from an elections department manager that unless we comply, we can no longer poll watch. I was told not to walk in here today without knowing who to hold in account to immediately rectify this miscarriage of justice.
15 seconds.
And here I am with no answer to that question. Clearly, it's not the elections department leadership. Not sure if it's the BRE whose rulings you have overturned. I'm not sure. It doesn't appear that there's anyone in charge of Fulton County Elections Department. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Pitts, esteemed commissioners. I'm Kevin Muldowney from Milton County, Georgia. Chairman Pitts, you have been quoted as saying, elections are the most important function of government. We have committed to transparency and integrity. We're not getting that from the Fulton Board of Elections. We still don't know who was fired on October 8th and the actual details of what it was they were shredding. Were they temp workers from Happy Faces? And why were they so badly trained? Why did it take till Monday the 11th for the BOA to alert the Board of Commissioners to the problem? Regarding the current election, certain political parties have been subject to oversight suppression, as mentioned by the previous speaker. Despite having valid poll working credentials provided to the Constitution Party from Fulton County, valid at any poll locations throughout the county, we have been told that we must provide a schedule as to where and when our workers will be performing their oversight duties. There is no such rule in our election code or SB 202. The poll managers try to do their best, but they are not properly trained in Georgia election regulations. They and their upper management seem to be making things up on the fly. The current election will not fail due to underspending, quite the opposite. At the Alpharetta Library, where I have been poll watching, they have a crew of about 12 people, clerks, poll techs, compliance officers, managers, assistant managers, scanner clerk, a total of 10 BMDs, 2 scanners, and a myriad of poll pads for an election that has averaged at this location 80 votes per day. It seems the approach is just spend, spend, spend.
15 seconds.
And details like training go by the wayside. Chairman Pitts, in your own words, election transparency and integrity. Do you ever think we will get there under the current leadership of Director Barron? I think you will have to agree with me that the answer is no. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the next speakers will be via Zoom.
How many?
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Matt Rowanzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Matt Rowanzak. I'm a Fulton County resident. My question to you today is simply, why is Richard Barron allowed to continue his underperformance at best with our taxpayer dollars? This man is either incompetent, unwilling, or both in running a successful elections department. What more information do we need? In addition to the damning financial review from last year and many other data points, I can tell you as a poll watcher right now that things are not getting better as mentioned by a previous speaker. Poll workers are not proficient in their duties. Many poll managers are less than transparent. I was even told I could not observe and write down ballot counts from scanners and BMDs until I presented the election code, and she was then corrected by a poll worker trainer. Now the elections department is trying to prevent some of us from poll watching. This is not fear or hearsay that a previous speaker mentioned. This is real. It is time for Mr. Barron to go. It is time for more transparency. 8 years has been way too long. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, Commissioners.
Continue, Mr. Howard.
You're on mute.
Thank you. Greetings, Commissioners and staff, and special greetings to you citizens and voters of Fulton County tuned to your county government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. I have 3 items. Belated congratulations to our new county attorney, Y. Sue Joe. When time permits, Madam Joe, please take a look at the ongoing wranglings of certain administrators of the Office of Aging and Youth, the Council on Aging, and others, as they find ways to keep Ben Howard from legally filling any vacancy on the Commission on Elder Affairs, age notwithstanding. To you voters who are internet savvy, you will really appreciate downloading the Fulton County Voter app. Lastly, permit me to remind all voters that the last date to request an absentee ballot is Friday, October 22nd, 2 days from the date of this meeting. One may begin the absentee ballot process by calling that Fulton County Registration and Elections phone number 404-612-7060. That's 404-612-7060. Thank you.
The last person to speak is Sheila Hamilton.
Mine was submitted and it can be read, but it basically states that I'm disappointed that more time is given to the proclamations versus time given to our public comments. And I'm humbly requesting that that be changed immediately, that equal time be given to both, or either proclamations be cut to 2 per session and more time given to the public comments, which impacts the decisions and the votes that you all make. Thank you for what you do for us, but right now I'm not happy about the way the agenda is set up. Have a great day.
And that concludes our virtual comments.
Next comments will be email submitted.
Good morning. We have one comment from Donna Renfro Lawson. Subject facility maintenance. Good morning, elected, selected, and rejected Fulton County leaders and engaged, supported listeners. Gail Hunter Holloman, the executive director of the library, will not respond to the question presented of can facility maintenance be defined as sanitizing the branch. Believe it or not, the pandemic is ruling and causing our community to operate out of fear, indecisiveness, and chaos. The East Point location has been closed a reported 6 times since reopening on June 1st, where any of those closures caused by pandemic concerns. We should know why. Think safety first matters. Are East Point employees paid when they don't work because of unexpected shutdowns? Northwest at Scotts Crossing was closed Saturday. For what? Are any employees from that site out of work due to the virus? Why are we made to do an open records request on library questions that staff should respond to? Vicki Legant, interim manager of the East Point location and decades-long employee of the library system, is simply not a good fit for East Point, especially when she refuses to answer simple questions. For example, who is the president of the Friends Group? Mrs. Holloman should not and could not answer that basic inquiry because of the branch's manager's failure to communicate with her as the executive director. These kinds of trivial issues are symptomatic of bigger library administration and subordinate relationships better defined as micromanaging. People make decisions from what they are told by library staff, and the library staff appears ignorant and suspect when they cannot answer questions. The system of hope and humane servicing has crashed and is burning when the code of conduct cannot be adhered to by the employees. Commissioner Hall, I do believe that you might know if any Northwest staff members are not working because of COVID-19 diagnosis. It has been implied that Northwest is under your purview. It has not been confirmed by your staff at the time of this submission. Taryn Gillian, the alleged group branch manager for that site, should be able to assist you with that data. Be warned that she is known to not be a team player, though her title alone expresses that she is skilled, but her writing begs for interpretation and/or clarity on her assigned duties. Thank you, Commissioner Arrington, for the early morning email. However, you might consider a more direct hands-on approach with managing East Point until it comes up to a more professional standard. Nicholas Rodriguez, another group branch manager with oversight of that component, does not reply to phone calls or emails.
15 seconds.
Bridget Bailey, customer service director, has engaged her staff to trying to locate him. I believe that everyone needs to vote yes to closing down the libraries again. Listen to the staff and the community and move forward. That concludes the online announcements of public speaking.
Thank you for your public comments. Commissioner Hausman, why do you seek recognition?
Just a quick comment. There were some serious issues raised with our poll watching program during the public comment. As we all know, early voting is ongoing right now. As you also all know, we all support transparency in our elections. I would like to request that those comments be conveyed immediately to the elections department and have them investigate it and ensure us that all people are treated fairly in this process, okay? So if someone would please do that right away, as is happening right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 7, County Manager's renewal action items.
Okay, let me make a suggestion here. We're on page 7?
Yes.
All right, the following 16 items are all contracts for renewal, pages 7 through 11. There's 16 of them. So I'd like to take these as a group unless there are some that you like held out for a separate discussion.
So I move we amend the agenda to do just what you just stated.
On page 7 through 11, there's 16 items.
So it's 8:11 through 8:25, 8:26?
826, correct. But we'll need to sound the caption, and we'll just take the caption, take one vote on it. All right, no objections. Could you sound the caption quickly, and then, any?
Mr. Chairman, just for awareness, 826 was removed, so
That's right.
it would go to 825.
All right, and Commissioner, 825? All right, with the exception of, on page 10, 0825, we'll take all of the others in one vote after.
So amending it through 8:24.
Correct.
So I made that motion if someone.
Yes, sir. Let's hold out 815. So we're holding out 815 and 825.
Yeah. That's right. It is in. Ms. Roach just made a correction, so you want to state that for the record? 826 is in, 825 is out. Is that what you?
That's correct. So the Public Works item 0826 is the Building Code Administration Services. That is in. The one that we're removing is the Ed Castro item, which is 0825, I believe.
No.
806.
It was consent, what we removed.
Oh, on consent, yes.
Okay, this is not complicated now. What? All I'm suggesting,
So the only one out is 815.
815, correct. Of these 16, the only one that we'll be holding out will be on page 8, number 0815.
Right.
We did not, no.
So do we not need to amend the agenda?
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to say this again. Move that we amend the agenda to put together in one vote after they're sounded out individually, 811, 812, 813, 814, 816, 817, 818, 819, 820, 821, 822, 823, 824, 825, and 826.
Okay. What are you going to say?
And it's
All
a
right.
vote on the, motion on the floor to reconsider the agenda.
Yeah. No, you making a motion to do what?
Consolidate them into one vote.
That's what I said. We just take them all as
But we
one
have to
vote.
amend
But
the
I had a
agenda.
question on 825.
Okay. If we don't finish
That's
it,
what
we
the
may as
problem
well take
was.
a- Go ahead, Vice Chair. Go ahead. You have a question?
I had a question on 825, so I wanted that one to be out of that vote, so I could ask my question.
I give, y'all do what you want to do.
All right. And here's where I think we are. All except 815 and 825, we will take one vote after the clerk sounds a caption and the amount on each one. No, we don't. We don't. No.
Okay, we'll go back.
Madam Clerk?
Okay, on page 7, open and responsible government, 21-0811, real estate and asset management. Request approval to renew existing contracts, provide carpet and carpet tile installation repair services. 21-0812, request approval to renew existing contracts, provide standby, emergency repair and restoration services for Fulton County facilities. On page 8, 21-0813, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide the medical and clinical general cleaning services. 21-0814, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide standby environmental engineering and testing services on an as-needed task order assignment. Under Health and Human Services, we're skipping that one. On page 9, 21-0816, Senior Services, request approval to renew existing contract to provide congregate and home-delivered meals and meal delivery, nutrition education for Fulton County residents aged 60 and above. 21-0817, Senior Services, request approval to renew existing contract to provide food service management. 21-0818, Public Works, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide sewer system chemical route services. 21-0819, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide sewer system cleaning and manhole camera inspection services. 21-0820, Public Works, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide fire hydrant maintenance and repairs. On page 10, 21-0821, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide corporation stops and brass fittings. 21-822, request approval to renew existing contracts, to provide fire hydrant and parts. 21-0823, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide large water meter installation services. 21-0824, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide water meter testing and repairs. On page 11, 21-0826, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide building code administration services, construction management, and planning services.
All right, entertain a motion to approve those that have been sounded by the clerk. Motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Back on page 8. 21-0815, Senior Services, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide in-home services to senior residents of Fulton County, age 60 and above.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I just have a question on this particular item related to my question is, are we presently able to, is the vendor presently able to meet the service needs? Do they have the staff to do so, or is that an issue? I know I've had some inquiries relative to these services. It seemed like there was a gap in staff or something, so just curious about that.
Impacted by COVID. I think Ladiso can provide additional detail, but
Okay.
we have been in communication with them. They are making improvements, but they were
Okay.
impacted by COVID last year. Ladisa?
Oh, fancy. Okay. Good morning. Commissioner Ellis, we recently requested approval from the board to approve 2 additional vendors. So that is allowing us to serve more seniors and to address those that were impacted by COVID, either those who requested for services to be placed on hold for fear of the pandemic, or even some of the wage issues that the providers were experiencing, which is an issue that has been experienced across the country.
So with this, so we're getting the response now that they're able to get staff, and you've added these other vendors to supplement it? I'm trying to understand exactly what.
We're getting information from one vendor that
Right.
they have been able to successfully recruit more staffing.
Okay.
The board just approved the other 2 vendors,
Right.
and we're starting to onboard them. So data is still coming in on their rate of service.
Okay.
But our intent is for those 4 total to address the gaps in services and the needs
Okay.
of the seniors.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Cast your vote, please.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 10, 21-0825, Public Works. Request approval to renew an existing contract to provide consulting and engineering services for updating, modifying, and implementing the capital improvement program at the Fulton County Executive Airport.
Vice Chair Hall?
Yes, my questions are pertaining to the contractor's performance report. On the very first page, it says the services are good and the technical expertise is there, but not always available when needed. The plans and specs are great, but they must hold to the approved plans and specs since they are governed by the FAA. Can you explain that, please?
Sure. David Clark, Public Works Director. Michael Baker has had some turnover in staff, which has now been rectified, but during the past year, during that transition period, they were missing a couple of deadlines we've given them, as well as some of the material they were presenting did not meet all the FAA requirements. But again, that was more of a transition as they brought new staff on board. We think that's been resolved.
It's been resolved. Thank you. And then the next one said, on-time completion is difficult as they deal with contractors. Does that fall under the same issue?
Same, but different. They have a couple of subcontractors that they hire to do some specialty work. Because of COVID and some other delays, those subcontractors were behind schedule, which made Michael Baker behind schedule.
Okay, and that has been resolved as well?
It has been.
And then if you turn to the back of that page, it says, we're generally satisfied with the quality of work in most projects. They are close to budget on most projects, but their estimates are generally low. So are they low bidding or underbidding, and then the costs increase? What's going on there?
No, what that point is saying is at the end of every design project, a design engineer typically puts together an engineer's estimate of what they think it's going to cost to construct. And then we use that information to build our budget and to solicit construction bids. What that point is saying is they do that work, but when they finish their engineer's estimate, let's say it's $1 million, we're expecting $1 million from the contractors. But when we actually go out to solicit the bids are coming in at $1.5 million. And so we start the process looking for $1 million, and then all of a sudden we have to come up with an extra $500,000 for the contractor.
So it is starting out low and then increasing.
It's not awarded low and then increasing. We solve all this before we actually award the contract. But what happens is when we start the solicitation process, we are expecting a lower bid than we actually get.
Okay, so what you're expecting is not what you're getting. You end up with a bid that's higher.
That is right.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And then the next one said, our expertise should be considered and used more. Does that mean, talking about the Fulton County employees?
Yeah, we have 2 assistant airport managers who work under Tim Beggerly, and they have expressed the desire to work more closely with the design engineer than they have been in the past.
Okay, and that has been resolved so that they're considered more, okay. Thank you very much.
All right, Commissioner Houseman?
Yes, thank you. All right, so this is the 4th of 4-year renewal.
I believe so.
So what happens next?
Next year, we'll put it back on the street for a competitive RFP process.
So have they also been working, I guess, on the master plan?
They have been, yes.
Where are we with that project?
We should be close to submitting it to FAA at the end of this year, just on schedule. And then the FAA has about 6 months to review and comment before it's approved. So we're expecting an approval document mid-next year.
Okay, and so if we were to change contractors in the middle of that, what would that mean for us?
It really shouldn't mean anything because all the master plan is doing is saying, this is the project we want to do. They don't do any preliminary or conceptual design work associated with it. So any contractor or any design engineer should be able to pick up the description that is included in the master plan and run with it and give us a complete design.
Okay, so this will go out on the street soon then? For the next?
I would say spring of next year.
Spring, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
Commissioner Houseman asked my question. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion. What's your pleasure? Motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 11, County Manager's items under Open and Responsible Government, 21-0827, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
All right, Mr. Manager, we're doing great so far. Work with us.
Yes, sir. We're going to pick up the pace. So what I'm going to do is, again, give this very brief overview. I would like to reserve just a little bit of time in this presentation to discuss a conceptual around the Behavioral Health Crisis Center, which we have reviewed with a few of the commissioners. I'd like for you all to see that, as that was one of our use cases. And so, again, get through this up front, see if there are any questions, and then ask Ms. Roach and Ms. Foster to review those charts with you. Generally, the trends are good, still headed in the right direction. All the cities are showing declines except one over the last 14 days, and it is a different one than the one that we talked about in the mayor's meeting. The new cases are down to 117. That's a 21% decline. Hospitalizations are down to 263, which is a 36% decline. And the death rate is back down to around 2 from 5. So all of those are definitely good news. The only outlier is the positivity rate when tested is at 6.7%, which is above that 5% benchmark that we've all focused on. With about 60% of the citizens, or 623,000 citizens in Fulton County with one dose, we still have plenty of work to do. So we had a very robust discussion yesterday afternoon about the next phase of this, both looking at targeting in underserved areas with our mobile sites, emphasizing, of course, the fixed sites that we now have in place. And I'm also pleased to say, for all of you, but certainly for Commissioner Abdurrahman, we're going to trial $100 incentives now at the fixed sites. That seems to be kind of the going rate. Gwinnett has announced that. DeKalb started it. Just as a reminder, though, if we were to try to, for 400,000 remaining citizens, to pay $100, that's $40 million. So it's got to be very targeted, and hopefully what our plan will reveal is that it does generate additional demand. So we're going to try it on 4 separate days, so it's kind of a call to action, Wednesdays and Saturdays at our 4 sites, $100 incentives, and then go from there. On the employee side, we are now up to 70% of our employees being vaccinated. By the way, that's almost double where we were in May, so there has been a tremendous response. We had only 7 new cases in the last period of time, but we now do have about 400 folks or so that are facing disciplinary action in terms of a 1-day suspension, and about half that facing 5 days. So we've got to carefully watch that as we go forward, and again, hopefully that will correct itself. You may have seen this morning that New York City announced a mandate effective the end of the month for all employees. So it is one of those things where we have, I think, gone along this path as many have, and again, we continue to act and adjust as it relates to this. Our largest initiative, of course, is Project Orca. In each of these meetings, we include charts for review. So Alton can certainly give you an update on that if of interest. I can say that in our review this week, everything is on track. We've hired 180 folks out of the 318, but have 724 interviews scheduled. So I do believe that the staffing part is moving along well. The physical side in terms of courtrooms and technology also has begun. So all of that is coming together with projections for before the end of the year fully being engaged. And we will begin to publish metrics. So before we publish those metrics, we'll bring back here the charts to give you a preview of what those metrics will look like for success of this program. We've also received, and this is very good news, our next tranche of ERAP funding, $14.9 million. And by the way, this is just in time because we have exhausted the other funding that was available. So now we're into the next tranche. At the rate that we're going, one suggestion that we've made to our team is to really see if we can go with approvals even beyond where the funding would carry us. So in other words, if we get to the end of our funding and we have approved, not necessarily misleading the citizen, but at least approved for purposes of administration, let's say another 10 million or 20 million, then go to the feds or to the state and say, look, we've got 10 to 20 million ready to go immediately if we simply had another tranche of funding. So we're working on what that next step may look like, and we'll come back to you with that as we get closer. We do not have any approval from the state to advance mortgage assistance and then reimburse us. So we did ask that explicit question. And unfortunately, they still yet to have any approval for their mortgage assistance program. So we're still somewhat in a quandary as it relates to that. We have developed, again, these further plans for this Behavioral Health Crisis Center. Again, I hope that you do have the time to take a look at that this morning. I think it's very significant. As you know, we've worked for years trying to find a solution to this that the state would both approve and help fund. That's not been successful, but now with the ARPA funds and with your approval, is that part of our plan, being part of our plan, we want to bring conceptually that plan forward. It's not mutually exclusive with what the board's discussion was with diversion. In fact, it's complementary to that and represents, I think, some interesting synergies. Last part, not in this presentation, but based on the concerns expressed about security at the South Annex and then coincidentally at the North Annex, I did ask Chief Yates to go do a review of both of those. We do now have a plan. I will be putting that into the budget process because it will require a sworn officer and a guard to be complementary of the Fulton County sheriffs and marshals that are at those locations for different reasons. So I think you'll be pleased with that, and we'll ask him to overview that with you at the appropriate time. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, we're ready for questions. And then again, I hope that we're able to discuss in a little bit more detail this behavioral health center concept.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Commissioner Ellis.
County Manager, thank you for that increase. I know how frugal you are, and I know sometimes what I ask, I may get less. So to get more than the ask, I want you to know that I truly appreciate that. I know that we are trending better in trying to get more people vaccinated, and I think that this plays a part in it. And so I think it's very, very important that any and all incentives that we have, that we continue to do it to the best of our ability. I do realize that $40 million is quite a bit, and I would not expect for you to do that. However, I think if we continue to do targeted and in areas that we know that that is the only reason they will come out. Like I said, I was fortunate enough when you did the smaller one, and the parents were very excited about that. In fact, they wanted to know, could it be, could they go back and get one for themselves because they already had been vaccinated. But they generally, the tone was very appreciative. So I know I have been critical in the incentive area, but I do want to say that you are doing a good job in that, and I appreciate it. What I would just want to maybe suggest is that those areas that are struggling or we're not getting as much of a output of individuals coming out, that we may try to do much more targeting in those areas. Because as we know, sometimes the information does not filter out. And so I'm not sure what 4 areas that we are actually targeting, but I would want those areas to make sure that we do everything in our power to target not only the people of color and younger people, but also individuals that may not traditionally listen to the radio or traditional advertisement. I don't know if you all have thought of different things, but on the political side, we have things called street teams. You go in and knock on doors and say, listen, we're doing an incentive, you know, on this particular day, and come out. So these are just some things that I would like to throw out there that may help in certain demographics in certain areas. But thank you nonetheless.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I just had 3 or 4 just quick things. Number one, I made this request to public health folks, so I think they're considering it. Hopefully we'll have an update. But there was a request on the epidemiology reports that the population data we use, that we update that to include the most recent census data versus the prior data that we've been using, so that they really accurately reflect that. So I think they're working on that, but I don't know if you wanted to follow up with them, Matt. That might be worth checking in with them. and see when they would have that sort of updated to reflect that. I think page 22 of the slide deck, the stuff about our own internal vaccination and testing policy, I think it does highlight the challenges of trying to implement these policies. We've got 769 that are not compliant. It's a lot of folks and a lot of administrative time. So I'm not suggesting any change to this per se, but I would be interested, you know, after at the next meeting, hearing from you all about, you know, can we actually administer this in this fashion, or is it potentially, you know, have some unintentional flaws in what we have set up? I do think we need to think about that because that's a lot of folks to try to monitor, and I think it does sort of highlight the challenges. If we're facing that you know, a lot of employers are facing, trying to do what on the surface, you know, would appear to be easy, or not that hard, but, you know, it's proven to be fairly hard. I don't necessarily have any visceral objection to using incentives, but would be interested in certainly in the data that's, you know, kind of we're showing behind that, and then, you know, it sounds like you're monitoring that to make sure that we're not, you know, basically, you know, I'm presuming we're not doing these for like boosters and that kind of thing, right? I mean, this is first time dose kind of stuff. Okay. And then, you know, the other area that I think at some point bears some consideration for discussion, and I'm not necessarily looking to open up discussion on it today, but just raise it, you know, similar to the test or vax, you know, kind of policy we've got, the positioning we've had around, you know, mask, you know, is it, should we consider sort of a request mask, but, you know, versus, you know, mask requirement per se. Particularly I'm getting at sort of citizens coming in and out of our buildings, because it's obvious from kind of observing for me at different, you know, facilities, meetings and that sort of stuff that it's not across the board followed. So, and then we've got the ability to truly enforce it. So just, I just put that out there for consideration at some point. Particularly, certainly, we're seeing our numbers trend like they have trended. So, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, if I could
Yes,
just
sir.
let Matt give a very brief summary of all of the discussion, because I think it'd be responsive to both commissioners in terms of our targeting, the use of incentives, and kind of the next steps.
If I may start with Commissioner Ellis's concern about masks. Page 5 inside your packet, if you can look at that, you'll see we have a bullet point there about any color above yellow. CDC still is recommending indoor mask usage. So that does tie into the pages 6, where we see cases per 100,000. If we start getting below the cases per 100,000 mark, we will change in color, and the CDC recommendation will change when it comes to mask indoors. So that's just something we'll continue to watch, sir, and we'll go ahead and make sure we update the county management team to make sure they're aware of those issues. To the other commissioners' concern, page 11, you'll see our mobile outreach equity program that we have. Over 80% people of color is who we've targeted with that program. We're very proud of this particular effort, and you'll see where we have spent some of our time. And what you'll also see in the map on there is the dark green areas. That is what we're talking about when it comes to micro-targeting. That's the areas that we have seen the lowest amount of uptake in vaccination efforts. And what we would like to do is to go ahead and concentrate our efforts. We want to see our yellow dots on those particular green areas. We want to make sure that we're working with our external affairs team to find out the best way to reach those individuals. We have done the door-to-door. We have had the street teams. We have actually downsized a little bit to just have 4 mobile trucks, and we don't have those street teams anymore. But if that turns out to be the demographic group that would benefit from that, then we'll work with the county leadership to go ahead and bring those type of services back. But thank you for that. And it's a great idea and something that we've definitely listened to you in the past and implemented in that particular regard. And the last piece is page 12, if I could. So we are talking about the $100 incentive. You'll see that highlighted there. It'll be first and second doses only. It'll be offered at our fixed sites on October 27th and 30th, as well November 3rd and 6th. We ask you and your team to go ahead and help us amplify that message. Our communications team, external affairs team is pushing that information out. And we want to really go ahead and break the bank, I guess you could say. We want to be able to use every one of the cards that we'll be able to have to give out to the public. We are asking individuals to register, so make sure that we have the appropriate staffing there, as well as resources to accommodate that. So once again, those are the dates. It's first and second doses only. Boosters are not eligible for this incentive. Once again, you've heard Dr. Paxton say it 100 times. You've heard Dr. Holland say it. The only way of getting us out of this pandemic event is to get people vaccinated initially. It's not the booster aspect of it. It's this initial vaccination process. So that's what we're trying to do. So we appreciate your guys helping getting that message out. The one last thing, if I may, is when it comes to our mobile team too, we're starting to see minimal amounts of vaccinations at the events that we're covering. So now that we only have 4 trucks in our mobile fleet, we're working with our partners to make sure that we have a minimum amount of individuals that register for those events. So we're also changing the times that we're be dedicated to a site. In the past, if it's a bigger location, we would spend 6 hours there. Now we're going to be looking at doing shorter periods of time, maybe a 2-hour window, seeing if we can get more individuals during that smaller period of time, pick up our truck, move to another site, and be able to go ahead and cast the net and see what we can catch there at a newer location. So we're changing our process as we continue to see these numbers change, but we want to make sure that every partner that we work with is pushing this out to the public, making sure it's known. We're educating them as well. So if you're one of these events that you'll see on the other pages in their packet, we're asking them, please make sure you put a flyer up, tell the community that comes to your location that we'll be here. Anything we can do to go ahead and increase our visibility is what we're looking for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Without any further questions, I'd like to ask Ms. Roach to go to the discussion of the Behavioral Health Crisis Center.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I do not plan to go through each and every slide that is outlined in our packet, but I do want to highlight a few of them. So if you can go to slide 29, we can start there. In fact, you can go to 31.
31?
Slide 31. When we received the American Rescue Plan allocation, we developed a plan for expending those funds that included a focus on behavioral health and saw it as an opportunity to target funds with that funding to increase our capacity to support behavioral health crisis in Fulton County. Since that time, Dr. Rochelle and Latrina Foster, who leads the organization, have undertaken a number of steps to begin to develop that plan. And those steps included visiting other crisis centers in the region, having conversations with the state about a potential partnership or what their role would be in our development of a crisis center. And most importantly, in my view, what we did as a part of our background is sit and talk with Grady and Wellstar, who are our neighboring hospitals or our regional hospitals, who are hugely impacted by the fact that there are limited crisis bed capacities in Fulton County. And so given all of that background work, we have come up with a proposal for moving forward with our crisis center. And we do hope to have the board's support on it. I think it's a fantastic recommendation of a set of services that we would provide within that facility, and our recommendation for the location, which came from Ms. Foster and her experience in this area, I think is also transformational and a great opportunity for us to utilize a space that is currently underutilized. So starting with this slide, what we tried to do was outline for the Board of Commissioners the continuum of behavioral health care, and the indicators that are on the bottom try to give a sense of where we are in terms of capacity for each of those verticals in the continuum. So if you think about how our community is capable of addressing the barriers to receiving behavioral health care, I think we're good there, as well as services in the prevention and outpatient areas. I think we have a good network of services between core behavioral health services and community partners to address those 3 pillars. Where we start to fall short is intensive outpatient. There's capacity at Grady Hospital with their ACT team and the like, But for outpatient crisis and commitment care, and on the commitment care, that's your Georgia regional facilities, that's where our capacity in Fulton County is below where obviously we desire it to be. And given our investment interest with the ARPA funds, we decided to focus our investment in crisis care. Next slide, please. So the individuals we would target for treatment in the crisis facility are both adults and adolescents. While there's some capacity for crisis through Grady for adult behavioral health crisis, there's not that capacity for adolescents at all in Fulton County. So one of the transformational parts of this recommendation is to put in place behavioral health crisis capacity for adolescents, which doesn't really exist in our community right now. The things that we would try to address are adults and adolescents in mental health crisis, those who require medically assisted detoxification, as well as have the capacity to have wraparound services so that we can try to keep people in care as we address their crisis situation. Slide 34, please. As we evaluated how we could make the most of the funding that we had available, we asked our Department of Real Estate and Asset Management to give us a rough order of magnitude on the costs for construction. And in new construction, we were landing at around $350 per square foot for a 50,000 square foot facility. But if we found a facility that we owned and only needed to renovate, we were landing at approximately $150,000 per square foot. And that's what led, I think, Latrina to recommend what she did. If you go to the next slide, which is to target Oak Hill Child and Adolescent Family Center. For any commissioner who was around at the time, Oak Hill was originally designed to be a behavioral health residential facility. And so the fact that we would expand this to both adult as well as adolescents is something that we think is a real opportunity here. The square footage that is available within the existing footprint of the building is quite conducive to the model that Latrina has come up with for the crisis center, and more importantly, it sits on 27 acres, and so the opportunity for expansion and co-locating complementary services are there as well. Next slide. I won't go through all the conceptuals that DREAM has come up with as we have conversations with them about programming, but the priorities that we communicated with them on the front end was to ensure that we had the ability to keep adults separate completely from adolescents as we treated them on this campus setting. And also significant was the ability to separate both males and females even as you separated adults and adolescents. And we were able to, in the conceptuals, achieve that in the design for the delivery of services. The other thing that we prioritized as we talked to DREAM about developing the conceptuals is making sure that the services that are currently being offered there, which are principally public health services and behavioral health services and some non-permanent presence with 4-H, that we were able to continue to provide those services because we do find them complementary to behavioral health crisis care within the current footprint of Oak Hill Child and Adolescent Center. And so the third thing we also wanted to do, and we talked about this on the first slide, was ensure that we were able to co-locate the wraparound services as well. And so the area D over there is an existing gym, which we find to be a really ideal space for the co-location of wraparound services for all of the pillars that we would try to address on the continuum at Oak Hill. If you will go to slide 40. So the next thing that we wanted to make sure we had a sense of was what our timing and budget would be. And so that's explained at the top of the slide. And even with the things that we continue to have to do in terms of additional conversation with our justice partners to see if what we develop could be helpful and supportive of anything in our criminal justice system, and more importantly, working closely with the Board of Health to figure out how we reappropriate their footprint to be complementary there. So still lots of conversations to be had. But even with those conversations, we believe that the renovation would take us to being able to deliver the Behavioral Health Crisis Center sometime in 2023. And if things go quickly and we don't end up with some of these construction challenges that we're seeing across the nation, we may be able to deliver something in the fourth quarter of 2022. So those were the major components, Mr. Chairman, of the proposal. Again, there is additional detail in the slides provided, but I wanted to hit the highlights for discussion.
Okay, Ms. Foster, you want to add anything, or you there? All right, the lineup is as follows: Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Morris.
So definitely supportive of the crisis center. I guess my questions are more around the location. Where would we be relocating the existing services? What is the cost of that relocation and the cost of the ongoing rent? Because that obviously has to be added. I don't know if it's fair to compare 24 to 11 when it doesn't include the relocation costs and the ongoing rent for wherever you're relocating them.
Yeah, I'm really not so sure we'll be moving public health out of that facility. If you think of the service, it is complementary to crisis care. And if you want folks to continue in their behavioral health treatment program, you do want them to have their public health issues addressed as well. And so we believe that leaving public health there, but figuring out what their footprint looks like in that building is going to be important. And we haven't, again, gotten that far down in the conversation, but my interest would be to talking to public health to see if they could stay exactly where they are in terms of location, but perhaps maybe refit them somehow within the facility. Latrina, do you want to add anything to that? And I feel the same way about the current behavioral health services that are there, which are core services, are also complementary to crisis. And so our preference would be that they stay, perhaps in a different footprint, but that it is complementary, and we would want them to stay at Oak Hill.
That's correct.
Have we spoken with anyone from the neighborhood, the MPUs, the surrounding communities?
No, Commissioner Arrington, we haven't gotten that far in our development plan as yet.
All right, well, again, I think it's a great idea. I think we definitely need a crisis center. Certainly, I guess it makes sense to use an existing facility, and if this is the best recommendation, did we give any consideration to the use of the additional or the 27 acres that are available, or that gets us back into the new construction at 350?
Yes, sir. Consideration is there, but quite frankly, the building we have right now is underutilized. So building something new next to the building that's underutilized is not something we considered. But again, as we go deeper into the actuals, the layout, if we can't find that we can co-locate public health there as well as the existing core services, we may need to add on some construction. But the funding that was awarded in ARPA for this effort is $17.3 million over the 4 years of the Rescue Plan Act. So we're trying to work within the constraints of that $17.3 million. And this was the best option we came up with that constraint.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, some of what I was going to ask Commissioner Arrington is ask about. I wanted to understand a little better about what functions are actually in that building now. Could you just briefly tell
Yes,
us?
so currently we offer, hello, Latrina Foster, Director of Fulton County Department of Behavioral Health. Currently at the Oak Hill Child and Adolescent Facility, we offer programming for outpatient behavioral health services for children, adolescents, and emerging adults. We also offer services through the Board of Health that includes Babies Can't Wait. It offers hearing testing for children as well, and the WIC program is a part of that facility footprint currently. And then we have some complementary programming through the community that utilizes the facility on a, I won't say consistent basis, however, they are present.
So, and we think we can keep those things there perhaps if we add this crisis center to the
Yes,
facility.
so our end goal would definitely be able to offer additional wraparound services to individuals that are placed at our crisis center,
Okay.
which would include the Board of Health Services.
Thank you. And Ms. Roach alluded to the proposed pre-arrest diversion program, which could have some nexus and connection here, you think?
Yes, I think the principal nexus is to make sure that we work with whatever we put in place as a temporary solution to, number one, gain learnings from that, but more importantly, serve as sort of the basis for the design of whatever we could locate here. We would not be able to deliver something this year. You heard the timeline, so really and truly, this would be more the permanent solution.
So if the proposal that we heard last time from Judge McBurney and others proceeded at the ACDC, this would not supplant that, replace that.
Correct.
Be a substitute for it, in effect.
Correct. Again, this would be more of a long-term permanent view. I think both Commissioner Ellis as well as Judge McBurney viewed ACDC as a temporary solution. And so the benefit of doing that in the interim, again, are the learnings from that as we look to build this out. But this wouldn't be available in time to meet their needs.
And Commissioner Arrington raised the neighborhood issues, having been on the city council and dealt with lots of zonings. The implication here is that it's zoned and wouldn't require any rezoning, I assume.
Obviously, that's something that as we requested the permits to do the renovation, we would find out. But again, this was constructed to be a behavioral health residential facility to begin with, so we don't suspect we'll have any zoning issues.
And if it were site plan specific, there'd need to be site plan amendments in the zoning process.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's it, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, first of all, I'm very pleased to see us finally making some progress on this. We've been talking about the need for this for 6-7 years at least, maybe longer, well before the pandemic. It does occur to me, though, that we've got different needs. We've got drug usage, which is prevalent and a problem. And then we've got just general mental health crisis. So they overlap sometimes, but they don't always overlap. And then we've got an 80-mile-long county, and we've heard recently of concerns with just transporting people that get, caught up in some criminal activity in North Fulton just to come down to the jail. So I'm just curious, you mentioned our medical partners. Are we engaged with conversations currently? Is that planned? As far as locations, is one sufficient? Should we be looking at regional locations? Have we thought about what we're doing at North Point? We have that facility, which, I guess if we're going to go down this route, which we desperately need to do we need one large center? Do we need different centers in different parts of the county using our partners? Because we're going to need staffing assistance, as we know. We don't want to have a building that it's logistically not going to be utilized because they don't want to transport them to that facility. So can you just speak to all that a little bit, please?
Yes, and that's a fantastic question. You must have been in the room somehow when we were having these discussions, because we started out with an aspirational hub and spoke model where we would have a downtown footprint that would support Grady and be able to relieve their crisis overload. But then again, going back to the funding that we have available, we would not be able to spread that over 3 locations. And so I think that what we ultimately need to do is consider a phased approach. We have to do something right now to put the fire out in terms of crisis capacity. And I think this would be ultimately just the first step, to put something in place to complement the services that Grady is providing, but we certainly need to put something in place in both North and South Fulton because of the way that our county is geographically. This would not be optimal, and we would need to put something north and south in order to wholly fulfill the need.
Well, I'm glad to hear you recognize the situation long before I'm raising it publicly. But, you know, I think we have to look at who we need to serve here and where they're coming from. And so, you know, this is a big investment. Have we done any sort of analysis on where the folks that would go to this facility actually come from? I'd like to see that.
Yeah, well, some things came through in our discussions with Grady and Wellstar. And so, for instance, we talked about the capacity or the need that Grady is fulfilling, which is approximately 1,000 to 1,500 clients, and then Wellstar was at 400. And so that doesn't give you a south perspective, but it gives you a central versus north perspective. And again, so both need crisis capacity. Grady's probably the one that's most acute in terms of need. So I think putting something in place that can relieve that need first is probably the best approach. And then again, we do have to think about how we would address this need for North and South as well. And just as an anecdotal, in my conversations with Grady 2 weeks ago, they were on crisis diversion for 11 days in a row. And so we definitely view this as a crisis, no pun intended, that we have to address the need here in the center of the county most immediately.
So was that crisis diversion COVID-related or mental health related at Grady?
I don't know if they meant, he did not mention COVID. This was only mental health crisis care. So this was not their emergency room or emergency department. This was their crisis center.
Have we talked to Wellstar, because they have north and south locations?
We have.
About using some of their facilities in a partnership so that we don't have to invest in whole new buildings?
Yeah, we haven't spoken to them specifically about using their hospital to host a crisis center, but that would be a part of the conversation as well. That's not off the table.
So again, I want to support this. I don't know if I can support a major investment in one location in an area that's not, in my opinion, where the need is. It's even off from downtown. It's not really in downtown. So, and we've invested a lot of money already renovating this facility years ago. So I think we need to do this, but I think we need to make sure that the plan that you've outlined is exactly where it needs to be, serving the people that need the service. And that, you know, our partners throughout the county will actually take folks there, rather than just taking them to the emergency room because that's where they always take them and they're not off the street for 3 hours. So, you know, again, we desperately need this. I personally think we could do better, we'd be better served with 2 regional locations and then figure out a way to help Grady in another perhaps way and serve the entire county.
Thank you, Commissioner Hausman. Commissioner Arrington?
How many people do we anticipate being able to serve?
Latrina?
So what we're looking at doing is creating a facility that has 28 crisis stabilization beds as well as 18 observation units. So therefore, throughout the year, we should have the capacity to be able to serve at least 5,000 individuals that experience a mental health crisis.
What's the average length of time that someone would stay in the facility?
8 days is the max. So in the observation units, the max time is 23 hours and 59 minutes. In a crisis stabilization bed, you can stay up to 8 days.
I hear you all saying you're talking with Grady and Wellstar. My immediate thought was, what about the sheriff? What about APD? I don't know if Grady is the first place to go to, or if it's APD or the sheriff. I think we might need to broaden our footprint, or broaden our partnerships and the people that we're talking with about this process and facility. 5,000 sounds good in a year, but what you're really saying, 28 and 18 is what, 46 people at any one given time?
Correct.
And so the 5,000 would be more an aspirational number compared to the 46 at one time. I do think we also, need to look at this need holistically. Maybe to some extent, we've got the other people at the South Fulton Service Center that are doing, I guess they're not really doing crisis intervention, but we might need to talk about maybe using some of that space as we talk about making sure we spread it out across, the entire county. I think Commissioner Hausman's point is well taken, that we do need to consider North Fulton and South Fulton, because if you're saying that that much need is in the center of the county, in the city of Atlanta, then, obviously that doesn't include the north and the south. So we do need to think about those areas as well. And so really, if the existing people are staying there, how much square foot is currently being used? Because, we're saying we're doing a 50,000 square foot building, but then we're saying we're also going to keep everybody there that's there. So
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, so on our current conceptual, the way we mapped it out is that we have space to do some different program designs. So as Anna indicated, just maybe changing the Board of Health's footprint within that building. So where they're currently located, the way that we did the conceptual is that we kind of allocated this huge space and tagged it as a medical clinical area, and we can figure out how we can reconform what the Board of Health is doing and place it within that particular space on the conceptual.
But I guess what I'm saying, so then how much square foot does that take up out of the 48,000? Does that take up 10 or 20,000 square feet? So that, then basically what you're saying is really we're only talking about 20 or 30,000 square feet, the remainder for the crisis center, and not the full amount, right? Because
So the conceptual takes over the entire building. And the way that Dream did the conceptual, can you go back to that slide? Do you know what page number that is?
10.
So the way that, you can go back another one. One more. Yep, if you just want to stay right there. So the way that they did the conceptual, the bottom chart is downstairs. The chart on top is upstairs. And so in the blue spaces on the chart, those are all clinical and medical areas that we could designate offices for the Board of Health to be able to continue their services that they're currently rendering at this current facility. And what we're trying to do is integrate services. So yes, someone may be in a mental health crisis. However, perhaps they need WIC services if it's an adult and they have children. So just being able to figure out how can we fold in all the services that Fulton County offers all together and create this comprehensive crisis center. So I'm not able to give you the exact square footage of what we would be able to allocate for Board of Health programming, but we put together this conceptual where there is room to modify what's written on paper.
And what happens after 8 days?
So after 8 days, typically what you're trying to do is prior to that 8 days is have a multidisciplinary discharge plan where you are bringing in these partners if there are gaps in this individual's needs. So if they're in need of housing, if they're in need of financial resources, employment, whatever it is, you're trying to wrap these services around them and create a discharge plan to help them be independent in the community and then continue to connect with outpatient services. For those individuals that need ongoing stabilization, then we would have to go to the next level within the continuum of care, which would be a Georgia regional referral.
And you said we think there were 1,400 or so people?
I'm sorry?
I thought I heard there was a number of 1,000 from Grady and 300 from Wellstar. How many people are we?
That's just their volume. That's their hospital, that's their volume.
Okay, so it's a minimum number of, if we, obviously could be larger. So we'd be taking up to 50 people out of 1,400.
Yeah, and the model here is not inconsistent with Grady's current crisis center, nor is it inconsistent with the Cobb Crisis Center that we visited. Because of the short-term nature of the stays, you know, we don't need to do a 300-bed capacity because, again, as Latrina stated, for the stabilization units, those are just under a day, and then for the other, it's 8 days, I believe. And so we're not looking to have long-term stays here. And so just, you know, I think the number of beds that we are estimating to be able to accommodate here are a good complement to the crisis capacity that's currently in existence. And if phase 2 of this includes identifying locations north and south where we would have satellite locations with the same services on a smaller footprint, I think that's a good comprehensive plan for the county.
And we may want to also think about maybe some of the properties that we have on Fulton Industrial for use after the 8 days.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, no, I'm generally in support of the proposal that's here before us. I guess a couple of things, just having gone to a handful of these facilities. I do think, while in theory, the notion of having multiple sites in different geographies sounds good, I think the practicality of it proves very, very difficult. It's a medical facility, you know, where people are staying overnight. It's a complex facility. So I think it's got complex, challenging staffing needs, and the ability to stand up and do one right in and of itself is going to be significantly challenging, much less multiple ones. The other thing I would say and suggest is, you know, by their very nature, you know, a facility like this is, you're going to have sensitivity for people around it about where they're located, right? So you're going to have challenges with that if you decide you're going to try to do multiple locations and trying to find a site that's acceptable. I think where this is, you know, and comparing it to some of the others, there's only, what, like 4 of these that exist in the state right now, I think, right now. Is that right? Outside of a hospital setting?
There's 6.
Six that exist. Yeah, there are a lot of them in settings like this. So I think that's the setting is a good one. And people, if they're in crisis, they will get there. You visit one of these facilities and you understand where people are, how far many of them have traveled from. They traveled pretty significant ways. And then some of these that are sort of regional in nature, even law enforcement, if somebody's, picking somebody up that's in crisis and they're under, some sort of mental health directive or whatever, and they're dropping them off. I mean, they're driving from long distance to find a bed, right? So the needs are there, and when the needs are there, people will travel to get there, is my point. So I think one facility does make sense, and the idea of trying to start off with two or multiple, I think is probably not very advised, both from a cost or operational standpoint. So I like the idea of one location, and I think this location as presented makes sense. The one thing, and that I do, and kind of parlaying off a couple of things Commissioner Arrington had noted, I do think just as we think about sort of the concept of everything that's here, I would be a little reluctant to say, let's keep your existing public health stuff in there. I mean, yes, there may be overlap, but, a lot of people coming in for WIC assistance does not have anything to do with what they're coming in for. As much as possible, I think this really should be a location that's providing these services. And then, you could have something maybe proximate to it with these other things, I think is fine, right? Because many of these other locations other facilities do have other services around them, but they're in separate structures. I just think we need to be really, I'm not seeing it building, so I don't really kind of grasp it entirely, but I just would be really cautious about how much we were blending in other services into this that the general public was going to be using. I think it's both important for not only the general public, but also the clientele and the operations of the center and the sensitivities around security and all those aspects. As much as possible, I think this needs to be a self-contained facility doing crisis work. So that's all.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Hausman.
Yes, thank you. I think we all recognize this is complicated. There's not an easy solution to this. I just want to make sure that before we finalize our plans, that we've explored all options and that we have thoroughly talked to our hospital partners to make sure that there might not be some options that could be utilized in other parts of the county as well, where we're not having to totally come up with the facility and everything on our own. And then we also have to really determine who's going to be served there. Is it limited to Fulton County residents? If there's only 6 in the state and this is considered regional, are folks coming from other counties, Douglas or, Cobb or somewhere else close to this location? So I just think this is a great start to this center that we need, but I think we have some serious decisions to make on the details and who's served, where it is, who our partners are, all of those things as we come up with really what we're going to do here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hausman. Commissioner Arrington.
Just briefly, for Commissioner Ellis, I was letting him know that the facility actually has 2 wings. So, I mean, theoretically, you could, and bi-level on both sides. So theoretically, you could maybe make one whole side the crisis center and make the other wing available to the public. So there may be a way to do it all in the one facility, particularly the way this Oak Hill is laid out. But if we're gonna do it all in one center and get rid of all of the other services, then I don't want to do it here. I'd rather do it somewhere else if that's the plan. But maybe even right there on the 27 acres. I don't know if that 350 is just actual construction or if that included the price of getting land somewhere as well or not,
The 350 was just a complete new build per square foot.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. And I just have one question. If we do not utilize Oak Hill, we still know that that Oak Hill, as it currently is actually underutilized by the citizens. So I would still want us to continue to look at what can we do to increase the residents' usage of Oak Hill. Because I've recently had a nonprofit organization contact me and wanted me to meet them down there. They still thought it was part of the district because it used to be Commissioner Garner's old District 6. And but they were talking about how the daycare had closed down and many of the services were no longer there because it's underutilized. So please continue to just look at that if we do not utilize it for this.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate the board's feedback, so we'll continue to refine this. Not a decision meeting. I think there's ample good action items for us to follow up on, and we'll do so. And then as we continue to refine this, we'll bring it back, both trying to answer the questions about co-location of services as well as partnerships with others. I do think this location is a unique opportunity. It's just one of those ones in our portfolio, both because of where the need predominantly is and the underutilization of this facility and its original intent. I think it's part of a solution set. Not saying it's holistically the only thing to do, but at some point on this continuum, just like the previous discussion in the last meeting, we've got to get started. So that we'll continue to refine and bring back, and also have some individual conversations. Commissioner Arrington, I don't think we've not had an individual conversation with you about this, so now that we've seen it, we'll go into a little bit more depth with you. No, I'm just saying, I'm not saying exclusively of anyone else. I'm just saying it's in his district.
It's my district.
So I think that concludes our COVID report, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Houseman?
Yes, I want to talk real quick about the mortgage assistance that, we're trying to work out with the state. Just share with you that I just have returned from an NACO meeting, and this was a big topic. This not alone. Treasury has not released any money. They're still finalizing their guidelines. They don't expect any money to actually flow till January. And the guidelines should be complete this month, but it'll take them 2 months to get the program up and running. That being said, the conversation was that many mortgage companies, if the person in trouble because of COVID lets them know that they're struggling, that they will have an abatement program to wait for these funds to come in January. So I'm just asking that you explore that and make sure that that might actually be the case. And if it is, then we can start educating the public that that's their option, rather than sitting around getting in trouble, not acting and working with their mortgage company with the potential of relief in the early winter, early part of the year. So I know that we, are in a position where we really don't have the ability to help them, but if we can help them understand that help is coming and maybe help them keep their homes, I think that's the goal.
I can work with Jessica to try to figure out how we communicate some of the abatement programs set with the major lenders, so that we can have that be a part of our dialogue with them.
Again, I just verify that that's a fact. And if it is, then let's, I think, communicate that. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Morris, followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Just a quick question. I understand we're not going to get into the details of some of these other items in the report, like Project Orca, but I did have one question about it. I recall hearing a number at one point that we had 208,000 backlogged criminal cases. I'm curious if we know, Alton, where we might be these days.
Hi, good morning, Commissioner. Actually, we had 208,000 total cases. That included the majority of which were magistrate court cases, right. 32,000 approximately for state court, and the same about for superior court. And then a subset of those were criminal versus civil cases. So, and as we have started to kind of ramp up, we made a lot of headway, not on necessarily the Orca cases, but just kind of getting ramped up on the civil side. So we're actually operating pretty well as a system in addressing the civil cases, and we're operating at what you consider to be kind of business as usual. We're still catching up on the criminal side in large part because those require the indictments that the DA is working on, as well as jury trials, which tend to take a little longer, obviously, to get set up. So that's the big constraint on the criminal side at this point.
Thank you for the correction on the 208,000. Do we have some idea about what that number is now in total cases?
You mean in terms of the total cases? I can get that information for you. We had predicted that those numbers that I'm referencing were based on a forecast as to what we thought we would have based in October based on our run rate. So I'll double check and make sure that those are still the case.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rockman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to clear up something right quick. Commissioner Hausman, you said, I'm not sure if you meant to say it, but my perception was that if we were to put something in as the mortgage, that it will be illegal. Is that? Because I just want to make sure it's clear, because we have listening public, and I just want to make sure if it's illegal that we state where that information comes from.
Well, you want me to answer? It's on page
Yes, please.
26 here that DCA confirmed it will not pre-approve reimbursement for a county-initiated mortgage program.
Well, see, that's why I wanted to
No
clear.
Treasury guidance exists to allow for such
That's why I wanted to clear up. It's not illegal for us to help our Fulton County taxpaying citizens who have to pay their taxes, who have to pay their mortgages, who have to pay their assessments every year. I do understand, with all due respect, that the county manager did let me know, and thank you, that it's not reimbursable. But being not reimbursable does not mean that we do not help. And so I am open to any alternative. But like Commissioner Arrington said in our previous Board of Commissioners meeting, we need to try to do something. If we can do something, fine, but we know it's not reimbursable, but we don't want to put out in the public that if we were to do that to help the citizens, that would be illegal. And so that's why I just wanted to share that, clear that up, because there was miscommunication. I immediately received a text from a constituent when they heard you say that. So I just wanted to clear up for the listening audience. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not only that, Commissioner Rockman, we need to, one, I agree we need to allocate some money, whether it's reimbursable or not. Number two, what I heard was that DCA would not improve county reimbursement because it was not part of the guidelines, which means we need to lobby to have it included as part of the guidelines so that it can be reimbursable. And Commissioner Hausman, if you were in NACO, hopefully that is exactly what they were doing, so that we're not just one county lobbying for that. It's all 2,000 plus counties from the country lobbying to have that guideline included so that mortgage reassistance can be reimbursable from the states. So, I mean, that would be my direction for us, and or for staff, and or for our federal lobbying team, to have, to attempt or lobby to have mortgage assistance included, have the reimbursement from state to county and or from feds to county for such purposes.
Vice Chair Hall.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Is it or is it not illegal for us to do a reimbursement? Because I think that stemmed from the last BLC meeting where it was brought up that, well, we can just go ahead and create our own mortgage assistance program, and then we'll just submit the cost to the state for them to reimburse us. And it was said, can you, county executives, county attorney, to check into if that was possible, and that is the reason why we have the answer today. But there seems to still be some ambiguity, even though you brought forward an answer to that. So can you reaffirm exactly what is legal and not?
So it is not reimbursable at this point if the county established a mortgage program with plans to submit it to DCA for reimbursement. That is what the DCA commissioner said. I don't know what the Treasury guidelines will ultimately say, but as it stands today, that funding is not reimbursable. I have not made a representation about what's legal and what's not legal, because I don't think it's a question of legality. I think it's a question of whether we would get our money back, and the answer today is no.
Thank you. And so is there a way for us to, and I'm going to ask Madam CFO to weigh in on this, is there a way for us, and do we have funding that we can allocate to a mortgage assistance program now, so that we have something available for our residents who need it? Has that been looked into?
Vice Chair Hall, the guidelines for the local assistance fund, which is the portion under ARPA that the county received directly, I believe does provide for mortgage assistance to be considered as an allowable use. So if the board chose to do that, we would have to adjust our ARPA spending plan to reallocate funds to make them available for that purpose.
So when you say readjust your current ARPA plan to include that, does that mean that you would be taking away from one program to give to a new program, specifically a mortgage assistance program? And if so, what programs would you have to take money away from, basically robbing Peter to pay Paul?
Essentially, yes, Vice Chair, we would need to go in and take a look at all of the proposed uses that we've provided to the board and realign, realign our plans accordingly.
And what would those current plans be?
Well, referring to page 57 of the deck, we currently have $17.3 million set aside for health infrastructure. That was the funds that Ms. Roach mentioned as part of the Behavioral Health Crisis Center presentation. We have $28 million set aside for pandemic proofing of county facilities, $4 million for day porters, $1.5 million for child care. We had some set aside for premium pay, PPE, the $75 million for the court backlog project, information technology, virtual support, a long-term revolving loan program, food insecurity, job training, testing and vaccination, and the vaccine incentive program. The ERAP allocations came as separate allocations, so I did not include those as part of what we specifically received under the local fiscal recovery funds allocation.
All right, thank you. And so can you, Mr. County Manager and Madam CFO and COO and CFO, can you present something to us showing us what that would look like to take funds from one of these areas or more than one of the areas to create a mortgage assistance program of some kind?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
All right, and I'm assuming that nothing has changed as far as the situation with the $354 million that the state of Georgia received for mortgage assistance program?
Yes, ma'am.
And nothing has changed since the last report?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, couple things. That 354 million might be what the state will get, but no money's been released at this point by Treasury. And yes, Commissioner Arrington, the conversations are ongoing about finalizing the rules. So this is a part of that discussion, but again, no decisions have been made.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
I'm going to make it quick, Chairman. With all due respect, I didn't mean for this information or this conversation to go this long. I just wanted clarification, Commissioner Hausman, because I know that that was not your intent to say it was illegal, but because somebody in the listening audience got that perception. I think everybody on this body wants to do something and know there's a need. We, in the beginning, approved mortgage help, and then we turned it over to the state, which I don't have a problem with. The problem I have is that I'm still getting phone calls from all over Fulton County asking for help because the state has not done something. And so if we are able to do something, if someone has an alternative, if we want to do outreach to tell them what they need to do to keep from being in foreclosure, my way is not the only way. The beauty about Commissioner Abdul Rahman is I'm willing to work with all my colleagues to make sure that we do something for our mortgage holders because it is a crisis. And so on that note, I'm just going to end it there. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
So I don't know, I guess I'm wondering, Madam CFO, I don't think we have to use any American Rescue funds. In fact, if it's not reimbursable, then we ought to be using money from the general fund. ARAP money is for money that is reimbursable, that we know is reimbursable. To me, the money we would use is general fund. If there's $354 million for the state, and I guess I'll make this a motion, but if it's $354 million in the state, and approximately 10% of that would be allocated to Fulton County, which would be about $35 million, then we as a county ought to be able to do at least 10% of that $35 million. So we ought to be able to take, and I don't know, Madam CFO, maybe you can help answer that question, Mr. Manager. Could we do at least 3.5 million to maybe get us through the gap between now and January? And that way we put money out there, but we minimize our risk from reimbursement because we're only doing 10% of the amount that may come in, and it may in fact be reimbursable because it only makes sense. Otherwise we're pushing people back to the eviction court. So I want to make a motion that we direct our staff to come up to find $3.5 million to deal with mortgage assistance until the Treasury can come back with additional guidelines or release the money to the state. And even if we don't get it reimbursed, we've at least, filled some gap. And I think we could very easily use the similar system to what we're doing on our emergency rental program to help on the mortgage side. So that's my motion, that we ask the staff to allocate $3.5 million towards mortgage assistance and to determine and help us make sure that hopefully it will be reimbursable. And Mr. Chair, I don't know if you and or the county and NACO or whoever we need to get involved to help in that regard. But I think it's certainly worth at least 10% of 10%, 1% of the $354 million. I think we could handle that out of our general fund. Maybe Madam CFO might say different, but I think that we can.
All right, there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Arrington to take $3.5 million, directing rather the CFO to find $3.5 million in the general fund to be used for mortgage assistance, which may or may not be reimbursable. And if it's not reimbursable, we'll have to suffer the consequences That's the motion by Commissioner Arrington, and seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Vice Chair Hall.
I just want to be clear, because I remember an email, Anna, where I believe you said the 10% is not, it's not set in stone. It can be much more than 10%. Is that correct?
It could be more or less. It just depends on what the state's plan that it submitted to Treasury was.
Right. And so if we already have these funds, the American Rescue Funds, we already have them available, why would we need to do general funds when we can just go ahead and use American Rescue Funds? And why limit it? Because we know the need is great. I just had a conversation last night where Representative David Dreyer called me about the evictions, and we were talking about the fact that I was pushing the, expungement of evictions, and they're actually looking at that at the state. And so the need is there, and it's great. And so why limit it to that, and why to use general funds when we already have funds we can use? Is there? I will. Yeah. Okay. Good. Commissioner Arrington said he doesn't care where it comes from, and that's it right there. It just needs to be done. And I don't think it should be limited to that. We have these funds that general fund is, it's a little more sticky situation. And I see you shaking your head and affirming that. But I'd like to hear from you.
Yes, ma'am. So I was going to offer that up just for clarity. So our ARPA funds could be used for mortgage assistance, and that's an appropriate use. So it's by definition refundable, if you will. In other words, what may not happen is if we use our ARPA funds and then we go to the state and we ask them to reimburse us for the use of our ARPA funds, where we could then turn around and use them for something else, that's what may not be reimbursable. But to your point, in terms of immediacy, the clearest path between 2 points is to use these funds to do what you're suggesting. I do think that either one of a couple of places, and again, the CFO is not going to like me going out on this limb, but the reserves are there in anticipation that we receive all of our FEMA reimbursements. We may not, and we're just starting on that process. That's why they set there at 30 million. However, 3 million against 30 million is probably an acceptable risk to take, or 3 million against one of these other items, and the most notable one to me is the pandemic proofing of all our facilities. Now, we have a lot of plans for those dollars, so I'm not saying that they're readily available, but in the spirit of doing something now and adjusting later, between those two, I think, is an appropriate place. Now, if we go all the way out to 30 million, that's a whole nother matter. But I think the getting started notion is quite appropriate. The only question I had, which I'm gonna have to ask in public, since I don't know the answer to this, of Dr. Rochelle, is how fungible is the process that we currently have and the understanding of the rules to take what we're doing with ERAP and do for mortgage assistance, or is that something we don't know the answer to?
So we don't have rules for the mortgage assistance as it relates to Treasury guidance. So we would use existing best practices for the administration of a mortgage assistance program, would be my recommendation. And we would talk with our current program partner, PNN, for the administration of such a program, since they have in the past administered disaster-related mortgage assistance.
All right. So you accept my friendly amendment, Commissioner?
Yes, absolutely. And, even maybe it could all come from ARPA, maybe half could come from general and half from ARPA, maybe a third from reserves, a third from ARPA, a third from general. As long as we come up with the money, I don't care. But I think it is important. And I think the state may have already set up some guidelines for its program. So we certainly want to make sure we check with them as well. So that just in case it is reimbursable, we've met all those requirements that they may have. But that sounds perfect.
All right, so my friendly amendment was that we go ahead and look at the ARPA funds. And so, Madam Clerk, do you need to change that on the screen? And Commissioner Arrington seconded.
We'll approve as amended with your friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis? Commissioner Ellis?
Just a few comments. Well, I just would want to almost sort of point out the lunacy of this discussion, given how much money is approved at the federal level, and that we're still down here screwing around having a discussion on this. So Paige and Janet Yellen in Treasury, act. I mean, you committed the funds, put the programs in place that allow the intended entity, which you set up by this act, obviously, with the way it's worded, to be the states. So that one editorial comment aside, mortgages are fundamentally different than, rental arrangements, and there are forbearance programs which are available, which, distinctly different than what you've got in rental agreements. I understand the desire to potentially do something, but I do not think we are the entity to seek to try to administer it. As Commissioner Hausman has indicated, there is, appears to be further push on mortgage companies to further extend these forbearance agreements until which time as the funds are available or coming through the states. They know that, so that they're not, aggressively going out. They don't really have an incentive to really aggressively go out and evict clients. So, I'm not in support of us moving forward and try to administer something on our own. I certainly am in support of seeking to tell all these federal folks that they need to act. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, this stuff was passed, when was this thing passed? I mean, and then the funds are just, we're just sitting there. I mean, so anyway.
All right, Vice Chair Hall?
I agree with you, Commissioner Ellis, but like you said, it is moving just too slow, and there are so many people hurting in this area, and the need is just so great that I just cannot just sit here and allow us to wait and wait and wait while people are dealing with this in their life. And so just finding some way to do something now to start helping people is important to me. But I do agree that we have a lot of money coming down through the federal government to the state, but it's just the process is too slow. Too many lives at stake right now.
Commissioner Hausman?
Yeah, I'd have to say that while I see a need and I certainly want to help, and that's what we're in the business of doing, is helping people that are in trouble with all of our safety net services. If in fact there are, concrete forbearance programs in place, which it appears that there are, I don't see the need for us to supplement this. I would think if this passes, that needs to be part of the approval process to make sure that they have not exhausted that option before they take advantage of these funds, and verify that they've exhausted that option. Because, the likelihood of us getting reimbursed is highly unknown. And, yes, that shouldn't be our primary concern, but we have already identified a lot of other needs, like this crisis center that we just went into great detail about. And so I would hate that we expend funds that are targeted for, direct purposes that we've identified on an area that is going to be funded in another way. It may not be a crisis situation at this point for these folks if they can get forbearance from their mortgage company. So I just want to make sure that we're making good, thoughtful decisions on the limited, which seems like a lot of money, but limited resources in a county of 1.1 million folks where we have so much need. I certainly don't want it to come out of the general fund. I think we can figure this out with our ARPA funds, but even that gives me pause when we know it's coming, and there are ways to stave off any sort of eviction currently in place. If that's not the case, then that's, a different situation, but I'm not sure that I know that that's not the case.
All right, other comments at this time? All right, the motion is before us by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman with a friendly amendment by Vice Chair Hall. Let's vote, please.
The vote is open. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, anything else, Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
All right, well, I wanted to talk a little bit more about this ORCA. We didn't go into a lot of detail on that, and I think that Mr. Morris brought up a couple of questions. Can you say anything more at this time, Mr. Adams, about where we are?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. We actually had a presentation that I'm happy to go through rather quickly and touch on a couple points, and then feel free to ask questions.
This is 75 million of that 206 that we received. It's a significant portion of it. And I'd like for also, when you're talking about this, to discuss where we are with the contract, well, the agreement that I thought we had with the Cobb County Jail to relieve the number of inmates in our jail who were sleeping in the boats. What's happened with that as it relates to getting those inmates off the floor?
Okay. And I will defer to the county attorney to weigh in on exactly where we are with Cobb. It is my understanding that the document is being discussed, negotiated between our legal department and theirs at this point in time. But in terms of ORCA overall, if we can go to the next page, please. I'll talk briefly on where we are with the hiring, the space requirements, talk very briefly on where we are with court capacity as a follow-up to Commissioner Morris's question, and then give you a sense of the overall progress. Page 3, next page, just as a reminder of what we are talking about, we're focused on cases that accumulated and were impacted by COVID-19, and that we, at this point in time, have a significant backlog to address. Page 4 talks specifically to where we are with the hiring, and as the county manager mentioned in his opening remarks, we have hired approximately 180 individuals compared to our target of 318. Significant progress made specifically in the DA's area, which is critical because her investigators are important, as they, in fact, are the ones that investigate and allow us to move forward with indictments. And as you know, we have a number of unindicted individuals in the jail
All right,
today.
speak about that in a little more detail, if you would, please, sir.
Specifically around the DA?
Yes.
Yeah, so as we laid out the hiring plan, the district attorney's resources were, in a sense, prioritized because her investigators, and she has a number of investigators she's bringing on board as well as attorneys, are critical to indicting cases and getting them prepared for court. And so the fact that she has been able to hire 71 out of her targeted 74 positions is really important, because it's very much a leading indicator of whether we'll be able to get after these cases at the pace that we'd like to. The other area where we've made...
71 of her target of 74 have been hired?
That is correct.
Okay, and were any on that target date, I guess it was, what was it, September 28th or 29th, when they were supposed to be, I don't know who they were, felonies released from the jail? What's the status of that?
Well, they were eligible for a bond. Yeah. There was no guarantee that somebody would get a bond, and I'll defer to Commissioner Arrington because he's the attorney, and so I'm a little bit stepping out of my lane here, but it's my understanding that these individuals were eligible for bond at the end of September. There was no guarantee that they would get a bond, and in fact, that those cases, in fact, were indicted and that we move forward. But at this point in time, I can't comment on individuals who have been released.
No one was released.
On the 28th, that's correct.
Okay.
And in terms of hiring, the other area we've made significant progress is in the public defender area. We had some concerns based on the pace when we started, but we have made considerable progress there. We still lag a bit, specifically when it comes to the sheriff. And one of the things that we anticipate doing is offering signing bonuses to deputies to attract them. I think we're all aware of how competitive it is right now for sworn officers across the country. So that's the one area where we need to make progress.
The target is 50 and none have been hired, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other? Okay, next page. The second big priority for us is getting some additional space courtrooms. We have 7 courtrooms over in our courthouse that were identified, that were taken out of quote-unquote mothballs, I guess you'd describe it as. And we had started to work on those. We started to work on those last week, and we anticipate that we will be completed with those by mid to late November. That's important because it allows us to expand our jury trial and jury selection capabilities. We're also looking at additional locations at the Central Library and the Slappy Floyd building as potential areas for expansion as well. Next slide. Talked to this briefly in addressing Commissioner Morris's question, but in short, if you look at the far right column, what that indicates is how we are doing relative to what would be considered a normal period, i.e. pre-COVID. And so if you looked on the list of numbers here, what it says is that when it comes to civil cases, we're actually operating very well compared to what we would have been doing historically. The reason why they're above 100% is because we added some resources in April as part of the reopening, judicial assistance and the like, which allowed the magistrate court and state court to continue operating and actually to operate at a scale above and beyond what we would typically operate at. So I guess the way I would look at this, 2 things. 1, doing well on the civil cases, and 2, when it comes to criminal cases, doing better in September than we were in August. And the important number here is that if we get to 100% in each one of those areas, which is the target, it means that we are not, in fact, continuing to contribute to the backlog. So that's the big takeaway as you look at that particular column. So next page, please. In terms of overall progress, more than 50% of the hiring has been achieved. I feel like we have some good momentum. The pace is increasing. We begin renovating the courtrooms. We have some software that has been defined as really critical because it's going to allow us to manage capacity across not only the new courtrooms, but the existing courtrooms. And so that's very important as we start talking about increasing throughput. All of the individuals who are being brought on board, those 180, will in fact have laptops and other technology when they are onboarded. So they'll be ready to go, and those orders have been placed, and the technology is actually being delivered to the various agencies. And a lot of focus is being placed on triaging cases, focusing on cases, for example, where the individual is in the jail, focusing on cases where we might be able to expedite some of the cases. And so a lot of focus here on case triage. So that's kind of where we are in terms of momentum and where we stand at this point.
Okay, and lastly, any idea of the 75 million, how much of that has been expended to date, or a percentage of the 75 million?
I don't know if Sharon has, if the CFO has the number. The last number I looked at was approximately $2 million.
Well, based on the report through October 15th, it was 1.6 million.
Of the 75 that we, okay, 1 point what?
1.6 million.
Okay.
Our target for this year in terms of timing was approximately $11 million for 2021. So that gives you a sense for the percentage of spend versus what we anticipated in the last 6 months of this year.
Got it, okay. Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Hausman.
If we came back up to previous slide, I think it was 52, it talked about, it says that compared to 2020, and then it goes on to talk about capacity based on a baseline of 2018 and 2019, but I don't see any 2020, 2018, or 2019 numbers or any columns for any such numbers.
And that's my, when we put together this slide, we wanted to focus on the last couple of 3 months. We used the 2018, 2019 first 6 months, Commissioner, to establish the benchmark. But I didn't
But
include.
if you say that, you gotta put it up there.
Okay, so I
can
had
see
it in a previous slide, but we took it out so that we could have more of a three-month rolling average. So I'll get that information to you. We did have that in a previous
thank
slide.
you. Yeah, 2018, 2019, and 2020.
Okay,
As compared to 20, I mean, I want to see them all on one page with 2021.
Got it.
So I can,
compare it. I got it. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll include that next time. We had it in a previous slide. I took it off to include the current month, but I will include that.
thank you.
Commissioner Hausman.
Yes, I'm looking at the hiring page, and it looks like we're making really good progress.
Where are you, Commissioner Hausman?
No, slide 50, please. Looks out of the 318 positions approved, 180 have been filled and hired and are on board, so that's great. But four of these categories say in progress, and there's really, looks like not any activity has actually happened. Can you just tell us what's going on there, Sheriff and Marshal?
Yeah, the sheriff and the marshal are two big ones. In the case of the marshal, we had to make some changes to the compensation for her existing staff because our target salaries for Project Orca were higher than the existing staff salaries. And so it took us a bit to get that going. And now that she has had that, she's in the process of doing her hiring. She just had her positions posted last week. In the case of the sheriff, the biggest challenge there is what we're facing in not only in Orca but outside of Orca, which is they're having challenges attracting and retaining individuals. And so I believe on the board agenda today, there is a request to approve the use of signing bonuses or to change that or to increase it, because that will allow us now to have the ability for the sheriff to offer 20% signing bonuses to get individuals on board, which we think are critical. So heretofore, we have not been able to do that, and that's been the constraint in terms of getting additional resources in his department.
Okay, so thank you for that update. To me, those are the two of the most critical pieces on this page. So I just appreciate your explanation, but, to hear that it's, salary adjustments and things in our paperwork in our HR system that might have slowed down the marshals, not really very comforting. I know we're all working as hard as we can, but let's don't let those kind of things slow us down like this when it's just administrative, not actually getting the people in the door.
Mr. Herman, why would you be having trouble hiring one person?
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner. No, I'm not having trouble hiring the one person. The individual that we have tapped for that role is currently out on FMLA, so we're waiting until she returns back and then put her into that role
I
officially.
can't hear what you're saying.
Oh, sorry. Good morning, Commissioners. The individual that we have identified who's going to be supporting Project Orca after all of the heavy lift on the hiring has been completed, she's currently out on FMLA. We're waiting for her to return, and once she returns, we can then hire her into that position.
Okay, and strategy and performance, what's the issue there? Two people.
They're literally in progress of doing interviews for the positions as we speak. One's been hired, and they're still interviewing for the other.
Okay. All right, Mr. Manager, anything else on your report?
No, sir.
Any other questions at this time? Tonight is 12:50. Colleagues, I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch, executive session. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, if I can, maybe I see our solicitor is with us, and there's an item coming up, if we can maybe take it before we take our break, 21-0838. 13. And we can maybe take that item before our recess. I think it will be a quick one. And our solicitor is here to answer any questions if we have them.
That's just about vehicles, right? Yeah. I don't see any controversy there, Mr. Where is it? He needs to be at work. You don't need, this is just 125,000 for some vehicles, right, Commissioner Arrington?
It is.
Yeah, I don't see any issue there, so let him go back to work. Unless you would, you have the floor.
No,
Commissioner.
that's fine.
You okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we move into executive session for the purposes of discussing real estate litigation and personnel.
Let's vote, please.
People from,
Tell us, solicitor, we got it.
And the vote is open.
2, 3, 4. Where are we now? We ready?
We're on page 11, 828.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, without objection, we'll resume the regular order of business. Madam Clerk, continue.
Yes, sir. Are we going to do executive session? Do we have anything?
We got executive session?
Yes. Is there a motion to approve the request for representation set forth in item 1 on the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open.
Recording in progress.
And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. Continuing on page 11, 21-0828, purchasing and compliance, contract compliance, request ratification of countywide emergency procurements.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Let's vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0829, request approval of resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Cast your vote, please.
Vote is open. Motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Okay. 6 with Commissioner Hausman. 21-0771, request approval of resolution to adopt and implement a new policy to be known as the Fulton County Facility Use and Rental Policy.
All right, is there any update, Mr. Manager, or here?
So we did circulate a memo yesterday, Mr. Chairman. There's not a change or a recommended change to the policy as drafted. We do recognize the Vice Chair's request to do something as it relates to nonprofits, and that may make sense from a board standpoint, but from the provisions of this policy standpoint, there's not a recommended change, because the way we would handle nonprofits is to ask them to enter into a lease, and then that lease agreement would be brought forward for the board's consideration. This policy, on the other hand, reflects procedures that we would use for single usage of the facility, so we view that
Recording
as
stopped.
different.
All right, Vice Chair Hall.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Commissioner Ellison. So the only thing I was asking about was adding a line that just addresses the fact that we do offer lease space to nonprofit organizations within our facilities, and it may be at, a cost, but also it could be, cost in conjunction with them providing services. That's all.
Absolutely, we
Just
can
so
add
we
that.
note it,
Absolutely, we can add that into the procedures, and we'll send you an updated copy of that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So then we're going to move to approve? Yes. All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Vice Chair, Commissioner Arrington? Sorry.
So I was looking through it, and I thought I heard this conference last time. It says 10th floor conference room. Is that the commissioners or the manager?
I would say either one.
So it's both of them
I would say either one. but-
without.
So that would be managed by the clerk's office. So she would make the final determination on whether that should be rented and under what circumstances it would be rented.
I guess one side is secured or both sides are secured. So we're
Both
letting people
require
into
card
secured
access, sir.
areas. So we're letting people rent rooms in secured areas.
We would not.
So which 10th floor conference room is it then?
So if an internal department, such as, I'll give an example, the IT department wanted to meet with commissioners on the cybersecurity conference. We would work with Tanya to reserve that conference room consistent with these procedures. I don't see any 10th floor conference room being a place where we would allow the public to reserve the room. So these procedures are meant to cover internal user departments, use of the facility, as well as external.
All right, I had some notes, I'm sorry. Like, and then for the libraries, it has the entire branch down, and the space where the room would be specified was left blank. So is someone able to rent the entire library, the entire branch?
Again, I think that the director for the library would make a decision on whether or not it's appropriate for someone to rent the entire library.
So what I'm talking about is this chart here, and it says the available spaces column is
Does it
empty.
have a page number, Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, page 5, revised September 2021. The available spaces column is empty for all of our branches. And it would seem that we would know which space in those branches are being rented.
Available
versus
for lease.
whether the entire branch itself is being rented, and that we would want to
Specify.
correctly convey that information to the public.
Yeah, we could do that. Or Joe, do you want to add to that?
Good morning, good afternoon, rather, Joe Davis, Director of DREAM. Commissioner, to address your concern directly, it's important to note that this particular policy was not intended to be an all-encompassing policy and procedure for the rental of space for one-time events. Each individual user agency will still self-determine the parameters by which those spaces can be rented out. We had subsequent conversations with Gail Holloman, the director of the library system, as it relates to the rental of space in the libraries. At no time would the library be rented out in whole or in part. As you are aware, there are multiple friends of groups of the libraries. While there's no formal agreement in place, as it is for the 4 multipurpose senior centers, those particular friends groups do operate bookstores and use the proceeds from their sales to do other programming in the library. So at this particular point, per Ms. Holloman, the library, the branch libraries, not the central, would not be rented out in that fashion unless it was managed or requested by the Friends of group.
Okay, all right. And it just doesn't really address the friends groups either. At least I'm unaware of anywhere where the friends groups are addressed in here.
Commissioner, if I may, the policy team purposely chose to omit the Friends of groups, particularly with the senior centers, because there were agreements in place to be outside of the purview of this policy, as those agreements give them specific rights as it relates to the rental of space in those facilities.
Okay. All right, that's fine. I'm not comfortable with it, but that's fine. I don't have any more questions.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I kind of feel like a little bit like, is this a solution looking for a problem with this? And I'm struggling a little bit with mixing in internal stuff with, I understand having a rental and use policy, but an internal use policy commingled with it. I mean, so is this, seems to me maybe it should be more tailored just for which facilities are available to rent and what are the guidelines around such. I don't know, it's just, I'm a little, when we get into stuff like non-rental spaces and internal users, and the internal users responsible for cleanup, and, well, so if somebody didn't pick up the trash and we have a meeting in one conference room, I don't know, I don't know what we're trying to get at with all the internal use stuff within this. Maybe I'm missing something, so.
And what about the courthouse? Like, when people rent the courthouse, they want a courtroom. I don't see any courtrooms listed. I see juvenile court. If I wanted to rent something at juvenile court, it would probably be the courtroom. If I wanted to rent something at Superior Court Courthouse, probably would want to rent the courtroom. I don't know that I don't know that this is ready. I don't know that, and I agree with Commissioner Ellis, maybe too much intermingling of internal and external, but I'm not comfortable with it.
So what's your feeling, Madam CO? I'm sorry, Vice Chair. You want to take another turn at it?
Well, I just want to go, thank you, Mr. Chair. That is why I brought the resolution forward to separately address nonprofit organizations leasing in specific buildings, because I felt exactly the way that Commissioner Ellis and Commissioner Arrington are speaking of right now, that it's too much commingling within this one thing. But since this is what the county executives brought forward, I wanted to be supportive, since they felt like it would be better if all this stuff was meshed together. But I'm still concerned about 1.2, and yes, Commissioner Arrington, I was the person who questioned the 10th floor being on here during the last meeting, and the reason was because of security issues, because we know we've had a stalker come to the floor and then disappear. We know that we had blind spots from the elevator to the front desk and things like that. And so I was concerned about it being used by the general public, and what hours and things like that, and the checks and balances. So I did question that, Commissioner Arrington.
And it says non-rental spaces.
Madam
And then
CO.
proceeds to list the rental spaces. What is the non-rental spaces about?
So let me go back to the reason this was brought forward to begin with. We had almost every department that had available space with a set of procedures associated with their individual spaces that were inconsistent, and we were applying different standards for each department. The purpose of bringing all of that together was to centralize the management of the rental of county spaces. The reason we felt it was important to include internal users as well is for spaces like the atrium that the sheriff may use for one reason or the other. I completely agree that internal reservation of a conference room, if finance wants to use a conference room that's not in their department, that may be sort of overmanaged within this particular process. But I do believe a centralization of the management of how we lease facilities is necessary. I think we can go back and look and pull out where we're doing internal user department approvals. And the third thing is, I certainly think we can take out anything having to do with the 10th floor, given the security procedures. But a central set of consistent guidelines around rental and use of our facilities is necessary. And that's why this was brought forward. So we're glad, I think, to go back and look at it given the feedback. But I don't think we throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think we do make the adjustments and bring it back for approval.
I think it's a little premature I know we have a separate policy in place, I think, for the Wolf Creek Amphitheater, which hasn't transferred yet. I think until that transfers, or unless that is listed as a carve-out here, I mean, there are a lot of hanging chads. And I have no idea why it's top of page 5, it says non-rental spaces. That, if somebody could help me understand that, that would.
Would you like to hold it, Commissioner? Further work? No, I'm asking.
I mean, I would just table it. If it were up to me, I would table it altogether. Whatever the group wants to do, I don't think it's prime time right now. So, I mean, I could do a motion to hold.
All right, there's a motion before us to hold by Commissioner Arrington, substitute motion rather, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Let's vote on the motion to hold, please. Madam Clerk.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0830, Finance, presentation, review, and approval of the October 20, 2021 budget soundings.
Madam CFO, what do we have here? Quickly, CFO.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, my mask wasn't cooperating with my glasses. The items that are before you today with budget soundings include a vendor name change for an item that's on the AML list, as well as additional resources being provided to 3 departments in the general fund, the magistrate court, the superior court judges, and state court judges associated with the implementation of ICS and the Chamber's compensation plan. All other agencies were able to absorb the cost within their existing budget. And then a similar item in the Fulton Industrial District budget for public works of $35,000.
All right, thank you. Motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. The motion passes unanimously. 21-0831, Finance, request approval of resolution authorizing the execution of a contract between Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority for the renovation of the Grady Health System's infectious disease program facility.
You want to address this quickly so that we can?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the final piece of the bond issue related to the request that the hospital authority made back in 2018 for the county to support the construction of the surgical center, as well as the renovation of their infectious disease facility located on Ponce de Leon. This is the county's portion of the cost associated with the renovation on Ponce.
Okay.
Hey, Shannon, can
Chair Hall, followed by Commissioner Morris.
Mr. Chairman, can I just add, I'll provide additional context to what the CFO just provided you. Are we good? I mean, I just want you to know what the interest rate is, which is going to be 2.24%. And also, we're looking at the maturity terms to be roughly a little over 12 years. And it's going to be through Truist Bank, formerly SunTrust. And our average annual payment for the debt service will be $742,000 roughly.
All right, let's start at the beginning because some of us, I don't even remember this, and some have presentations and some do not. So can somebody describe it, what we're doing?
Is there someone here from Grady?
They were here earlier, Madam Vice Chair.
They were here earlier?
Yeah, but I think they are available via Zoom. Jessica, did you provide them a Zoom link?
Mr. Chairman, this is Tim Jefferson. I'm on the Zoom, if that's okay.
We didn't know that they had a presentation.
And do we have the presentation to pull up on the screen?
Not to our, no.
Do you have a presentation, Mr. Jefferson?
Well, we gave information to the staff about the status of the project. Basically, the project is underway in terms of the renovations of the Ponce Center. We've expended a little over $8 million already, and we're about 25% through on the project. And so that information has been provided.
Yeah, I mean, nobody seems to understand. I'm not even sure I was here when this came. But nobody seems to know what's before us or why it's before us.
I actually contacted Matt Hicks. I don't know what his new title is. I just know he was a VP under John. And that's one of the reasons why we have the presentation, because I didn't understand what it was either.
So I contacted him also, and he sent this presentation. I would have thought we would have had a briefing on it.
Yeah,
Mr. Jefferson, is this time sensitive?
Well, it is, yes, Mr. Chairman, in the sense that we've already spent over $8 million on the project. The project is well underway.
Just a minute, but does it have to be acted on by us today? Because nobody seems to know what's before us.
Mr. Chairman, originally, I believe it was in 2018, the board approved $82 million, for this project, and there were two different.
I understand that, but all I'm saying is nobody has the information before us. Several are saying let's hold it, so I think we need to hold it unless somebody tells me it has to be acted on today. I'm not hearing that. Mr. Jefferson, you there?
I am here, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I think you got some work. Does it have to be acted upon today is all I'm asking.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we might lose the rate. We have the rate that we have. It's got a closing date of October 30, if I'm not mistaken. So if it's not approved today, it's possible that the interest rate might go higher.
But it's also possible that it could be lower.
It is.
And then is DeKalb not doing this without bonds? They're paying cash?
Yeah, they're paying $4 million. That is their share of the cost. The total cost is $35 million. So Fulton County is paying $8, DeKalb is paying $4, and then Grady Hospital is paying $23 million, and any cost overrun, they'll be paying.
I'd like to hear Mr. Jefferson answer your question.
Mr. Jefferson, been a
Yes,
request
sir.
to hear from you.
Well, again,
Just a minute. We don't have anything before us. You're asking for this. We always support Grady, but I don't think you're going to have to tell us something today.
okay, you should have in front of you the resolutions that we're asking you to pass. And that's all we're asking the county to do, to adopt the resolutions. The authority will be issuing bonds, and the county will be supporting those bonds.
You're complicating this. What?
So this is Sandy Zayak. I don't know if you can hear me. Oh, I'm on the telephone line.
Yeah, we can hear you.
But this was part of the original project with the surgery center, and we separated it because you all didn't have all the information originally. But now the certificate of need has been given, and we're ready to move forward. So I'm representing the authority.
What I'm hearing, ma'am, whoever you are, Mr. Jefferson and others, that there's a sense of unreadiness here and a need for more information. I'm going to entertain a motion to hold. All right, there's a motion to hold. Is there a second? All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote on the motion to hold. A motion to hold by Vice Chair, wait a minute, who made the motion to hold? Councilman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Vice Chair Hall.
Commissioner
All right, the motion before us now is to hold. You still want to be heard? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry that it's caught folks by surprise. I do recall that we basically approved this in connection with the surgery center. And as I understood it, this was the next step. We were, as you've indicated, total cost of $35 million. We were going to pay about a fourth of it, $8 million, but no more than that, because Grady was going to take any responsibility for overruns, and DeKalb was going to pay about $4 million. And we were going to issue certificates, I guess, like bonds. And what was the annual payment we were going to be making out of the general fund for that? Approximately, because we don't, the interest.
Yes, it is an average of $741,000.
Yeah. And so we've been planning for that in the upcoming budgets.
That is the plan, yes.
So, again, I mean, I recall that we sort of understood all of this, and if there's unreadiness, I guess we can hold it if it's not time sensitive. But anyway, I thought it was okay, and we were going to go ahead with it today.
All right, the motion before us is to hold. Let's vote to hold, please.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 12, 21-0832, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of lowest responsible bidders to provide on-site locksmith services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Unanimously with Commissioner Hall. I got you. 21-0833, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to increase spending authority for the replacement of an existing non-functioning generator system for the E911 Communications Center.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0834, request approval to increase spending authority to provide replacement of 2 revolving doors and replacement of 2 fire doors in the Justice Center Tower.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0835, Human Resource Management, requests approval to amend the retention bonus personnel policy.
There's a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote. I'm sorry, Commissioner Morris, followed by Vice Chair Hall.
In another life of mine, I had to do these occasionally, and we often provided with the prospective employee that if he or she left within a period of time, that there'd be a repayment. Is that something we're talking about or thinking about here?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Yes, Kenneth Herman, Chief HR Officer. In any instance where we give a retention bonus, which is something that we have on the books right now, or a sign-in bonus, which is what we're trying to extend it to, that respective employee will have to sign an agreement that goes between 12 and 24 months. If they leave before that period of time of the agreement, there is a repayment mechanism within the existing procedure.
Okay, I didn't see that in here, but and what about the relocation costs? You mentioned the sign-on bonus and retention. Same thing?
Same thing, Commissioner.
Good,
yes.
good, great, thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know there's been conversation from the sheriff and others about the need for filling positions. Are there other positions that we're experiencing challenges with hiring or retaining employees in?
Yes, Commissioner. So how we've structured the procedure is we've already identified a list of what we're calling pre-approved positions that this could be extended to. So it's include the law enforcement, the attorneys, our operations in 911, which is always difficult because of the high turnover, our medical examiner's office, even our plumbers and electricians, because I think you might have heard me talk about how quickly we lose a plumber and electrician because we have an offer, but they're getting $5,000 to $10,000 more. So it's a myriad of different classifications that we're trying to have this targeted, as well as the ones that you're familiar with, that the sheriff.
Thank you. And also, Commissioner Morris did ask part of my question, but I was looking at the personnel policy subject retention bonus number 329-16, and it was saying that a retention bonus generally not to exceed 20% of an employee's base rate of pay may be paid to a current county employee in a position that is critical to the mission of the county. And I was looking for possibly the same type of language as it relates to the sign-on bonus and relocation bonus for there to be a percentage. Is there not a percentage in those cases?
There is. 20% is our
Across the
baseline
board.
across the board for both the sign-in bonus and the retention bonus, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Herman, did I hear you just say that you have a list developed of who qualifies for this?
We have a list of classifications that have historically presented a problem in recruiting for the county. Yes, ma'am.
Are you going to share that with us?
Yes, we can.
Seems like that would be part of what we're approving here is the list and the compensation associated with that.
I can share it with you, Commissioner.
When? After we vote?
No, I guess what we wanted you to do, and if you recall of what we did in 2017, where we separated the policies from the procedure, so we're having you look at the policy without the procedure component, and maybe that's where we should have shared the procedures. You could see all the historical and the detailed background behind of what the policy statements are.
I think this is necessary and needed, and I certainly think that there are some positions that need to have a retention bonus that are critical needs. But this is incomplete for me to be able to make a good decision. So, you know, I'm really in a quandary here because I do see a need here in this area, but without knowing who's going to get it, it just seems kind of open-ended.
And again,
Let me help Ken.
Sorry.
So I think one of the things, and this is a larger discussion, not even just about this. I was going to say it, Vice Chair Hall was asking her question. We're literally each week coming up with something, another department, another set of employees that we have either lost a number down to a level that we can't function, purchasing being most notable. Legal is the next in line. I get a text from Dr. Ferdinand each morning about a resignation. We all know about the sheriff's deputies. My point in that is when we presented, I think in the last meeting, and we talked about the elected officials' compensation, we also teed up, and this is to be brought back, 70 or so job titles, and that was presented then. Now that's 10% of the 700 job titles that we have. But my point in that is we can give you that list today and say, here's 70 that we probably do need to take not only these actions, but in some cases I am doing everything that I can to figure out near-term solutions. For example, working with Kay on some retention as well as recruitment in legal, because we can't wait until such time that either we have the next budget or even some of these procedures. So I think your point's very well made. I also want you to know there is a real fundamental change, different than at least during my tenure here, where we are dealing with a marketplace that is changing significantly. And you're right, it's not in every job, but it's not, when it's painters and electricians to lawyers, it's kind of a wide and changing set of folks that I would not have anticipated.
And thank you for that. And I would be, in a better position to make a good decision, even if it wasn't a final list, but at least I would know what is included, and then you could certainly come back and make additions or subtractions based on what's going on in the community and the job market. But again, I'm blindly asked to just approve this blanket thing that I really don't know who's going to get it.
Again, the only thing I would say in addition maybe to what I said is what he was trying to express is what you're approving is the ability for us to do this.
Correct.
And the reason that you don't approve then every single job title is it changes every day that I come into work. So you fundamentally come in trust management to judiciously use this tool when necessary, confined by the budget and good common sense. But you're being asked to approve us having this tool, which is commensurate with the tool that we already have in a retention bonus. So we could list it. It might change tomorrow.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
In theory, I support this, but I would be remiss if I didn't tell you, I think this speaks to the hypocrisy of how we sometimes do things. You want me to support that you are trying to make sure that we do retention, and I understand we are losing people daily, and you don't want to let the levels of staff go down. You want to make sure it's operating. You want to make sure that the sheriff has what he needs to do, but then we don't apply that same logic to home mortgages and helping the people that live in Fulton County that ultimately pay our salaries. And so I will support this because I understand it is needed, County Manager. I know that you need to be able to give retention bonuses. I know in light of a pandemic, we are losing people and talent is going other places, but it's still around money. It's still around a decision that has to be made with money that Fulton County has, but we don't apply that same logic to the voters or the base of voters that need help with mortgages. So I will support this, but I would be remiss if I didn't say it is hypocritical to look at this and want us to pretty much give a carte blanche with it, because you've got to be able to do the work. But then we should not look into trying to help the homeowners, and we should just wait for the state at whatever point they're going to do it. So I'll support it, but I just want to show how blaringly hypocritical this is as opposed to the citizens and the help they need. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hall?
Well, I do understand that this will be used on an as-needed basis, but currently you have identified those positions, and I agree with Commissioner Hausman that we need that list of positions. But just generally for the purpose of the need for this on an as-needed basis, I do see where it is okay to move forward. But I do want to also address, while we're talking about retention bonuses and sign-on bonuses and relocation bonuses, I want to also go back to the COVID response plan, and there was a line for premium pay for employees, and can you just tell me what that is about? Because I want to make sure that we're looking at all of our employees, even those that are still here, have been here, that work so hard all the time, all through COVID and coming in the office, not coming in the office. And then the fact that, I read an article just the other day saying Social Security checks are going up by 5.9% because of inflation. I think we need to just look at all of our employees and what we can do for them. So we need to be looking at also just what kind of increase in pay can we give our own employees, because there is inflation, and you see that even the federal government is addressing that with the residents in this United States of America. So if you could just talk about that really quick, the premium pay, because how does that fit into all of this?
Vice Chair Hall, the premium pay item that's in the COVID response plan is what we did earlier this year. So we were able to allocate a portion of the payments that were made to employees to the ARPA funds based on the job function of the employee. The balance of the premium pay that was made, of course, was retained in the general fund and in other operating funds. So that's what that $3.4 million that's in the COVID response plan under premium pay, that's what that's in reference to.
And, you know, while we're talking about, as I read that line in the retention bonus policy about paying it to a current county employee in a position that is critical to the mission of the county, I think that if we just treat our employees with respect and thankfulness and gratefulness for the work that they do, that, and, you know, pay them, do some kind of performance increase for them, that, you know, you won't have to worry about so many getting up to 20% of retention, because they'll be happy where they are and you don't have to retain them. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
All right, the motion before us is to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Natalie Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 12, under Health and Human Services, 21-0836, Senior Services, request approval of a statewide contract to provide staffing services to support the operation of the Department of Senior Services.
Commissioner Hall, go ahead, you have the floor. Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you. So the thing that kind of stood out for me on this is when I read 836, and it speaks to, if you look to the contractor's performance report, number 1 says, there's a challenge in providing lifeguards, art, and computer instructors, but they work hard, and most of the time we eventually get them. Well, from what I know from just going around to the arts center that's in my district and other facilities, a lot of the neighborhood people ask, well, how do I, you know, get hired to one of the positions that support your senior center or your arts center? Because they don't see the, I think maybe there's an outreach into the community that needs to take place when we're looking for jobs. Because most of the time what you see is the lifeguard is somebody who lives in the neighborhood and walks right down the street to the facility to work there, or the computer instructor. And I think maybe the part of the problem is Happy Faces is in Tucker, Georgia. And when I think about when I used to try to get temp jobs, I would go to the temp agency in my area. So if I lived in Tucker or I lived in Gwinnett County, I'm gonna go to the local temp agency there. But somebody all the way down here in Atlanta or Southwest Atlanta is not gonna go all the way to a temp agency in Tucker, Georgia. So I'd like to know where's the problem in actually finding and getting these positions filled by the temp agency?
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hall. To answer one of the questions regarding individuals who may be interested in working in the facility and they're interested in becoming a part of Happy Faces, we have had experience with residents requesting information about Happy Faces, and we will refer them to Happy Faces and let them know how they can forward their resume. They go through the vetting process, and then it comes to us for review and consideration. So that has happened. I cannot directly speak to your question about the possible inconvenience of traveling from where they live to the actual site, but I know that we have provided referrals. Now, the facilities This contract supports 2 facility-based programs, adult day help, multi-purpose. We just resumed programming July 12th. So because of COVID, only up to that time, we've been able to maintain 4 social services coordinators. No problem with keeping that staffing. And when we reopened, we brought back on the cashiers to support. Regarding lifeguards, we have another plan in place I believe we're issuing, we're looking forward to, we used Harper Janitorial in the past, which was approved by the board to provide lifeguards. So I think we're circling back to that, but once we get to that point, the pools are currently being resurfaced at Benson, and then they're slated to reopen within the next month or so, just because they've been down and the wear and tear. So I'm not sure if I'm answering all of your questions or if I can, but I can
Well, you
definitely
created
follow up
another
with you.
question. So you said that people have had to come to yourself or I guess your department to request to be put in contact with Happy Faces to apply for a job?
I know that we have received requests from individuals who are interested in how can I become an instructor. We know that in 2017, the department presented to the board an optimal staffing plan, which is how we started using Happy Faces. So we use Happy Faces to support the part-time instruction at the multi-purpose facilities and some part-time instruction at adult day health. So when those requests have come in, and they're not a lot, but I do know that we have been able to refer them to that entity.
So do we post these jobs at all through our Human Resources Department?
This is a contract, so these are not posted, not
Okay,
the contractual jobs.
So then that appears to be the problem, because most of the constituents in my district who ask about these types of jobs, they say, well, I don't see anything on Fulton County's website. I don't see anything posted. And so I think there's a gap in, connecting with the community on the jobs.
And providing information about it?
Yeah.
Okay, I can definitely get with Kenneth Herman to, pick his brain about that. It is a contract, so I'd be open to his
That would be great.
And
Yes.
sorry, Commissioner, if I
That's
may,
okay.
we could work with Ladisa and her team. We have in the past posted the opportunities and redirected the applicants to the vendor of choice that the various departments could be using. So we could definitely post it. So if they come to Fulton County, they can see it's available, but once they click the link, they'll be redirected to, I guess in this instance, it's Happy Faces, to Happy Faces, so they could complete the application on the Happy Faces.
Oh, that's perfect. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Arrington?
I'm well, thank you.
Have you had any complaints as a result of Happy Faces work with senior services?
I have not received any complaints directly, but I will definitely check with the staff commissioner and follow up with you to see if anything has been lodged with an individual facility and they've addressed it there.
Do they treat Republican seniors different than Democratic seniors?
I pray not. They're not supposed to. What we do is let our contractors and employees know that one of our key behaviors is respect. So that's what we expect. We don't tolerate seniors not being treated well.
They have no idea whether those seniors are Republican or Democrat.
They should not. Not unless the senior shares. But it doesn't matter.
Here's so many rumors about Happy Faces
Oh,
being
okay, I understand. Okay, got it.
associated with a certain party. I mean, do they treat independents differently than
I
Democrats or Republicans?
I know that the Happy Faces contracted workers, and we call them team members, because they are a part of the senior services family. They love our seniors. They provide good service, and they do treat them well. And if there's ever a complaint, we do have a policy, a procedure in place to address customer complaints and resolve. It is an employment firm. Whether or not they're the devil, there's only one devil. But I don't know where we're going with this. Commissioner.
I don't know where you're going.
Commissioner Houseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious in general, what types of positions do we go to a temporary service for? And you know, lifeguards seems like something we could be able to find. So I'm just kind of curious how we determine if we're going to need a staffing agency to assist us or not.
Great question, Commissioner. It started with agenda item 170343. And at that time, the department was looking to achieve an optimum staffing pattern at the facilities. So the plan was to combine full-time permanent staff and part-time contract workers. So the types of instructors or the types of positions are laid out in the contract, and it consists of art instructors, lifeguard, cooks, chefs, some administrative support. And the reason why we decided to go this path was to make sure that there was not a gap in services, that we could fulfill our commitment to seniors once we set a schedule. Did I answer your question?
Well, okay, so are there any seasonal or temporary positions that we don't use a staffing agency to fill?
Are there any seasonal positions that we do not use a staffing agency to fulfill?
So we use 100% staffing agencies to fill all of our seasonal and temporary positions. Is that the answer?
No, it's laid out, and what I would like to do, Commissioner, is provide you with that original plan and how we've used it since 2017 to date. And the intent is not to replace permanent. What our goal was to make sure that we had a lot of staff who were temporary, working 40 hours, and it was important because they had served the county for so long and seniors that they were converted into full-time positions. So working with the budget, we adjusted the staffing pattern. So the intent is to make sure that if there is a gap, then we have a fallback plan, which is the staffing agency.
Which makes sense to me.
Yes, ma'am. Now, as far as Benson, for example, or Bowden, we still are able to use a staffing pattern, the Happy Faces contract, to provide more classes. But those classes are not 8 hours a day. They're just maybe 1 or 2 hours a day, a couple of days a week. So we decided that using the contract would work with the strategy we have for senior programming.
Okay, I think it would just be helpful to us to understand the overall scenario of how you're managing this whole operation using a staffing agency versus us just hiring directly. And I think it would be important for us to see the financial impact of if we did it internally versus using a staffing agency.
Okay?
Okay.
Yes, I'll
Thank
follow
you.
up with you and the entire board.
You finished, Commissioner? I am, thank you. All right, there's a motion to approve, but there's no second yet. Seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 13, under Justice and Safety, 21-0837, Superior Court Administration requests approval of a statewide contract to purchase medical drug testing supplies for random drug testing for Superior Court, Accountability Court, State Court, and Juvenile Court.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Vice Chair Natalie Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0838, Solicitor General requests approval of a contract for the purchase of 3 vehicles.
Is a motion to hold? Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Commissioner Ellis, and followed by Commissioner Hausman.
Just real quick. I know a lot of times have a lot of fleet purchasing at the end of our fiscal years. Are we still planning for that? And if so, are we actually able to make these purchases? Are these vehicles available? I know these probably are. I guess they wouldn't be before us, but sort of in general for future needs and stuff we're looking at in the pipeline. Felicia?
Usually, Commissioner, good afternoon, everyone. Felicia Strong, Whitaker Purchasing. We usually bring the list of contracts after the board has approved the budget. Usually Dream brings us a list of all of the department's needs based on the approved budget. And we usually do that, I believe, we usually bring that in April of that fiscal year. So I believe we did do one earlier this year. This is outside of that big list that we usually bring forward.
Yeah, I was just really asking, are we having trouble finding vehicles right now given the shortage? I mean, there's stuff being published right now about governments are looking for fleet purchases, struggling to find vehicles. Are we at that inflection point? That's really my question.
No, we've not been cut off yet by the
Okay.
state. We have not. Usually, we'll notify when there's a shortage but so far, no. Thanks.
Commissioner Hausman, did I skip you?
No, you did not. My only comment was, you hear nothing but how difficult it is to find vehicles these days. So congratulations if you actually have already found them and can get them quickly. I am kind of curious about how the process goes. If you wouldn't mind just letting us know if it's difficult to acquire them or not.
Now, there may be some types of vehicles that are different to acquire. It just depends, and usually Kira Freeman, that works with fleet management, will let us know whether a request can be fulfilled or not. When we contact the dealership to say, we want to purchase this, they will let us know.
I mean,
whether
you
those
can't always
vehicles-
count on what you read in the media.
Yes,
So
that's
just
true.
curious. Thank you.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Commissioners' action items 21-0712, discussion and request approval of a resolution to enact the Fulton County Homeowners Economic Lift Program and Services Plan and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Chairman, I would like to hold this item, please.
All right, no objection, will hold.
21-0779, request approval of a resolution declaring the importance of local sustainable food sources by supporting the growth and development of urban agriculture, small farms, urban farming, and the local food economy. Sponsored by Commissioners Ellis, Abdul-Rahman, and Vice Chair Hall.
All right, you have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Chairman?
Yes.
If you don't mind, Ms. Kiefer is here. If we would just oblige her to make a statement. She is part of the board. And so if you don't mind, if we will indulge her for a few minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Kiefer. I am the chairman of the Fulton County Citizens Commission on the Environment. I know that's a mouthful, so we just say FCCCCCE. Sometimes we can't stop our Cs. But I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you directly today in support of this resolution. and also to give you a little context for how this resolution came about. So, according to our organizing charter, one of the missions of the FCCCE is to advise the Board of Commissioners on environmental policy. So annually, we get together and decide what areas of focus we're going to look at each year. And one of the areas of focus that came to our attention was urban agriculture. Urban agriculture was one of the areas of focus that we identified in 2019, and because of that, that came to our attention because of the 2019 strategic plan that Fulton County put forward. We believe that the policy for supporting urban agriculture supports one of the goals of the strategic plan, and that all people are healthy. Because Fulton County has no urban agriculture policy, we believe that the first step in promoting this concept would be to bring it to your attention and ask for your support, and ask if you actually support the concept of an urban ag policy. So to reiterate, this resolution, the purpose of the resolution is to ask for your support of an urban ag policy. There are no action items associated with this resolution. If the board approves the resolution in support of farms, small farms, and urban agriculture, any recommendations for action items that may be identified by the FCCCE will be provided to the appropriate departments for consideration. So, as I said, what I'd like to reiterate is that there are no action items associated with this resolution. It is strictly to ask for your support. And with that, I'll sit down and be quiet. Are there any questions of me?
I had a quick question. You had reached out to a board member in what year to get this on the agenda or to get this before the board?
2020.
2020, this is last year was the first time you brought it forward?
Yes.
Well, I because of the calls that I received, because of the last Board of Commissioners meeting, I wanted to go on record to apologize to all of you. I don't think it was meant for you all. I think it may have been in-house. I'm not sure the intentions or what happened, but you all are a volunteer board. Yes, you all are working for the environment, and the little Kendall Ray Johnsons, who's in my district, who will ultimately be helped by, the work that you all do. I wanted to go on record and say I apologize for any misunderstanding, anything that was directed, whether it was purposely or not. I am very sensitive to the work that you all do over there, and I apologize, and we thank you for the work that you do for Fulton County.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do want to point out that all of our board members are volunteers, and we have worked for many, sometimes decades, on this board. And again, our only mission is to help Fulton County to be healthier and more sustainable. So I appreciate that. And I do apologize for any miscommunications or lack of communications that may have come from our board.
Thank you for your service, you and the other individuals.
I was just going to say, regardless how we got here, it sounds like hopefully we're together going forward and moving in a positive direction. I think this is a great resolution. We appreciate the work that the commission's doing. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I agree. This is a good resolution, and I apologize for missing the lively conversation you had a couple weeks ago on it. But I heard it was great. I am curious, the one thing in here that says that we are going to urge local municipalities to participate and adopt similar ordinances. Will you be reaching out to the cities to communicate with them what this is and, you know, how they can be involved?
Actually, yes. We actually have a list of our, I guess, counterparts in other counties and in other municipalities that we try to communicate with routinely. Before COVID, we had actually planned on trying to put together a roundtable kind of discussion on some of the ideas that might percolate up from the support of small farms and urban agriculture in Fulton County. That got put on hold, unfortunately, but yes, that is the plan going forward.
Well, you know, we're always looking for ways we can work with our cities. So if you want to consider, you know, copying the district commissioner when you send these out, and then perhaps we can work together to try and bring this, you know, more into reality.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-039, request approval of an ordinance amending section of the Fulton County Code relating to the selection process for the vice chairman of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, sponsored by Commissioner Hausman.
Yes, Chairman, I would like to speak. After looking at this, this resolution, and also having some conversations with a couple of the commissioners, I want to make a substitute motion. I feel that the only way that we're going to move forward as a body here is to try to be bipartisan. And Fulton County has a great opportunity to lead the district with showing that we would do it at our level. I want to make a substitute motion in order to be fair and bipartisan. I understand we had a past practice from years ago. Therefore, I move to amend by striking the language here and replacing it with each January with the majority vote of the board, the vice chair shall be selected who shall be a member of the opposite political party of the chairman. And so in that case, you'll have equal representation with the chairman and the vice chair. Now, I know some may frown on this, but if we are truly going to be bipartisan and set the tone here, I think it's best that we start with ourselves, and I'm willing to step out there and offer this substitute motion.
Yeah, I was in the queue. First of all, I appreciate that sentiment. I think that we all agree that most of what we work on does not fall within political lines. Some of it does. But, you know, I really do think that it speaks for itself. It just puts it out for a full vote. Things change. I didn't like the way it was set before, where it tied us to a certain policy. And your thoughts, while I certainly appreciate it, would have another layer of something we would have to adhere to going forward. And so in the spirit of bipartisanship, I'm not going to sit here and say that, you know, the likelihood that a Republican get elected chairman in this county is pretty slim, okay? So that would mean that it would always be a Republican vice chair. That may not always be the right choice. So, you know, while I appreciate very much your willingness to work across party lines, and you know I'm open to that, I don't want any ties here. I want us to vote for whoever we feel at the time is the best suited for the position. And I think we'll all come to an agreement, hopefully, on who that should be.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay. On page 14, full board appointment 21-0840, Region 3 EMS Council. Chairman Pitts has nominated Rod M. Smith for a full board appointment to an unexpired term ending June 30th, 2022.
And this person was recommended by the Madam County Attorney, not County Attorney, what's her name? Chief Operating Officer. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, could you repeat the question, please? The county manager was distracting me. Throw him under the bus while I'm.
Mr. Manager.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you?
We're on 0840. This person was nominated by the fire chiefs, correct? Consistent with the new legislation?
This person was not nominated by a group of fire chiefs. This is the Atlanta Fire Chief, if I
Okay,
recall your
that's right.
nomination correctly, sir.
Atlanta Fire Chief, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, the motion is to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. County Manager's presentation and discussion items under Justice and Safety, 21-0841, discussion, Fulton County Jail feasibility study.
Can you bring up the presentation, please?
Mr. Adams, are you making the presentation?
I am. I'm waiting for them to bring it up, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Corbett?
Is the sheriff here for this?
No, Sheriff is in New York City. He and I had a discussion about this, and I believe he contacted Vice Chair Hall regarding his thoughts on this matter.
Yes, he did. He contacted me and said that he was very much in favor of this, that he had been working with you and the team, and he was very excited about this. Yes.
So if we can, next page, and I'll go through very quickly and be available to answer any questions. We've had a number of discussions about the feasibility study, and you were sent, and I apologize for the late notice in sending it to you, but it was literally off the press, the draft document we sent to you yesterday, which is the RFP that we plan on letting that we plan on letting next week on the 25th. So, short story, there are a number of drivers for the feasibility study. We're all aware of the overcrowding that the sheriff has talked to recently, but perhaps as important, particularly for the long term, is that our current facilities present a range of maintenance, security, pandemic management challenges as it was designed, 40 years ago. The design also doesn't reflect what you'd consider to be the best trends, or best practices, science trends associated with pretrial incarceration, including the ability to have more space for individuals who might require mental health care, the ability to provide additional services, including diversion services, including GED, including our culinary program and the like, which are very much, I think, part of the science as we move, and will be part of the science as we move forward. The next slide just briefly talks to the objectives, and I'll touch on a couple of things. First and foremost, the goal of the feasibility study is to look at, to evaluate the feasibility of a new facility, a purchased facility, as well as improvements to the existing physical plant, the current jail. So we're going to be looking holistically at what the actual demographics and needs are, and what they in fact tend to inform us about what kind of facility we should be looking at long term. When we talk about looking at the long term, we are going to be looking at projections for the next 40 years. So we're going to be looking at what we need from now until 2063 in terms of a facility, so it really is a long view. We're looking at space and service needs. I've talked about some of the services. Going to be looking at space design, the best location for a facility, where that should be. We're going to be looking at cost and financing scenarios, and obviously with a big focus on what are best practices associated with pretrial incarceration. Next slide, please. And in here again, very quickly, we've talked about looking at demographic trends and service and support requirements. We're going to be looking for a consulting firm that has experience in the analysis of large, urban, complex court and jail systems. We have the largest jail in the state, one of the largest in the country, and so we expect a consulting firm that we're going to be working with to be able to bring bona fides associated with working with large jail systems. We're targeting January of 2022 to come back to you with a recommendation on the firm that we would hope to go forward with, and the typical duration for a study of this size and magnitude is 9 to 12 months. Happy to take any questions.
Commissioners, presentation and discussion items 21-0842. Invest Atlanta Board of Directors, September 16th meeting summary, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, this is a summary of the minutes from the most recent Invest Atlanta board meeting. I think there were 4 items on it. If you need any information about any of them, I'd be happy to get you more. Thank you.
21-0843, Atlanta Beltline Incorporated, October 13th, CEO report, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
And again, as usual, this is the CEO's report for our last board meeting. That morning, incidentally, we had a ribbon cutting of the newly finished portion of the South Side Trail, which was incredibly well attended. It was that trail is being used, and I think the new funding from that SSD is going to get the rest of the trails completed much faster. So it'll be nice when we have the entire trail and we can all take a jog around the 22 miles.
No further items, Mr. Chairman.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.